territory.
Hi there, and welcome to the Cult of Cinema. My name is Aaron, and this is DJ Anubis from Metal Tavern Radio, which everybody should be subscribed to. He recently did the Hot Chip Challenge. I'm going to tell you right now, you are a bigger man than me. I would not do it. I'll be like your better half, Nico. I'd be right on the side saying, you eat the chip. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, she seemed pretty gung-ho early on, and then we were kind of watching a couple of guys do it, and she's like, I'm not so sure about this.
I would be the same way. So tonight we are talking about, well, it's the run up to Black Friday. And we have Vinegar Syndrome with secret titles. We have Severin, where we know everything, but everybody's going to be rushing to get Argento. I'm pretty sure. We have Makeflix, which has 3 new titles coming out, including one that's got a autograph by Michelle Bauer. A big shout out to Makeflix because he actually tweeted out my video, my tweet, and that doesn't happen a lot. And we also have Imprint films that are doing a sale as well, and that's only the ones that I know about right now. So we're going to try and figure out what the title is going to be. Apparently, hey there, everybody. Pretty Maids All in a Row is what Ken thinks it's going to be. What do you think? Do you have any ideas about what it's going to be?
You asking me or them?
I'm asking you. Well, I know they're going to share it anyway.
I don't even know. But I am interested in all the Argento stuff. Obviously I'm a big Dario fan. So,
have you seen? Have you seen the film? Have you seen Four Flies and Grey Velvet before?
I remember that one. Probably not. I've seen pretty much everything else he's ever had, but that one I may not have seen that one.
I think it's a good one. It's Mimsy Farmer, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure Ken or Michael or Ice will know this. Michael Brandon, I think, is the. I got to disagree with Ragnar here, and that no need to rush on Severin, and the reason for that is going to be because this is the first time that they've had a bundle with the book that hasn't been locked into a region. So it's always been locked into the U.S. or basically the just across the board. But right now, it's worldwide. So if anybody wants to buy the Four Flies and 5 Days, or 5 Days Milan, it's alternate title, and get the 2 enamel pins and get the Argento book, then that's going to go fast. It's only 300. It's 40 copies of that. Right, perfect. So Rhino. So I knew Ryan would know, and EH knows too. But so yeah, so it has the creepiest mask, and it's underutilized. Anytime Argento puts something in his films, like this, it's nightmare fuel. When I was a kid, it freaked me out. To this day, when I put the thumbnail up with the creepy ass mask on it, and I came in today to actually set up the video. It's set up the video, to let you know, because she asked me what time it was. I looked at it, and Hannah was sitting here where I'm sitting right now, and she was like, "That's a really freaky looking mask." And I said, "Yes, I know. It gave me nightmares when I was a kid." But you minimalize it. So if this was a movie done in North America, that mask would be everywhere. It would be like a Friday the 13th thing. It would be every freaking scene. Mm-hmm. But in here, it's not. It's utilized. It's not utilized as well. And CST time. I'm not sure where that is. How many hours away is that, Sean? Because I suck at time. Just ask.
Well, that's Central Standard Time there.
What is that as according to here?
It's an hour behind us.
Okay, not too bad. But because that'll be one of the big sales too. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so basically when I was a kid, I went to the theater to watch Deep Red. So it was not when it originally came out. I wasn't that like young, but I was like probably a preteen. And there was that sequence, and it makes no sense if you watch like Deep Red. You've seen Deep Red before, right?
Yeah, I own that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So like this dummy comes in, this mechanical dummy comes in out of nowhere, and just kind of like across the room, thunder, whatever, thunder across the room, and nothing with the rest, never ever explained, makes no sense to the rest of the film. It's just, it's creepy, it's nightmare fuel. I think I'll put it in. So he did, and because that creature that he put, that little dummy creature he puts in the film, that's where the Saw character comes from in the Saw films when we see the little on the bike. So that was their inspiration for the little creature in Saw, and then Four Flies of Grey Velvet, which is the second, I think, in his Nightmare trilogy and his Animal trilogy. We get this like mask. And you think if this was any other film, like the killer, you have the killer going around with this like creepy ass mask, and we see it like in the shadows or back or in every scene, they'd overdo it. But I think it's only in two scenes altogether, if I'm correct, that we actually even see the mask, and not like murder scenes, like one like scene where the person is looking at the guy as he does something that's it ends up causing a lot of this to happen. And another scene later on in the film. Four Flies is third. Okay, thank you. After
I've seen Cat of Nine Tails. That one I've seen.
See that? I quick ranking for those is like Bird of Crystal Plumage is one of his best films that he ever did, like across the board.
Yeah.
Cat of Nine Tails, as far as Giallo goes, is a good film, but its ending sucks. Like, it really does. I mean, because you get all of the rest of them. There's always, if there's a reason, but it's might be like an out there reason. Like I had to do it because when I was a kid, I saw my mother kill my father and all this type of stuff. And Four Flies, here's in Cat of Nine Tails. Spoiler alert, guys, for a movie that's over 30 years old. Because science. Because of a
science,
gene.
Baby, science.
No other reason, but like, cause science, man. Great ending, like a great like way the killer gets it. But yeah, it's because science is not a good enough reason for like. I want like some kind of like pseudo-sexual, freaky ass reason for it. I want like a Sergio Martino type reason.
Did you see his latest one, Dark Glasses?
I haven't yet. I mean, I know it's on Shudder, but we don't have Shudder here yet. But I've heard XXY chromosome. That's it, exactly. That's the thing. That's science. Did you see it?
I did.
Did you like it?
Not really.
Okay, let me put it this way: is it better than Dracula 3D?
You know, I actually have to revisit that. But if I had to say off the top of my head, I would say no.
That's
I think my problem with the Dark Glasses, it's just more straightforward. There isn't any real mystery to it, and so I think that kind of like disappointed me a little bit. But I don't know what his thinking was going into the film anyway. I don't know where he is, mentally in terms of directing now than he was back in the day. But it just didn't really resonate like his older films do.
It's got to be hard. I mean, when you're Argento, to peak as early as he did, and not just once, like a director, you can get directors like Tobe Hooper or something like that, like, that the kind of peak once, right? But he makes Bird with Crystal Plumage. That's his first film that he's ever made. And it's amazing. Like it literally like changes the course of the way Giallos were being made at the time.
Yeah. And
then he makes Deep Red, which is considered by a lot of people that collect Giallos to be the definitive, like, here's the last say on Giallo. And then he makes Tenebrae after that, which is my favorite. And he makes Suspiria, which gives us like a kind of a definitive like nightmare fairy tale type of thing.
Yeah.
And we get Sinal Syndrome, which is one of the most artistically beautiful horror films I've ever seen in my entire life. And Opera, which is the ending's batch insane, but it is gorgeous. And the couple of the sequences, including the pin needles. Yeah, the eye shot, right?
Yeah.
It's insanely like to be keep like upping yourself to the point where like it's got to go down somewhere. Like it's because you can't. Wes Craven, I guess, is one of those guys that could do that. How long we have until the sale goes live? As many are not on Eastern Standard Time. So right now, the sale goes live on. Let's bring it up here.
Well, I'm Eastern time. It's almost 8, so we're about 4 hours away from when it goes on sale.
Yeah, so we'll be around 4 hours from the sale right now. I did like Trauma actually. I thought Trauma was really good. It was definitely a different style of a film for Argento. It was like one of the ones that he did in America. He only did a couple films over here. He did Trauma with Piper Laurie, and I'm a huge fan of Piper Laurie and Brad Dourif.
Phenomenon, right?
Oh yeah, and Phenomenon was done over in over there.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah. So it's only been Trauma and Two Evil Eyes, which he did with George Romero. And for Two Evil Eyes, that was again, it was good, but it was uneven because Argento's piece in Two Evil Eyes is extremely good. Oh, trust me, you still don't know who the killer is. So you're all you know is that there's the fact that because of science, you're still not spiled. But yeah, so he did Two Evil Eyes over there, and he did Trauma. Ended up like there's issues. You can't work the same, and you can't get as much out of like workers as you can like say over in Italy. So he came back to here. Came back here to Morocco, right? No, he came back to Italy and made films, and I guess maybe retired a bit after Sleepless. And
I saw that Entertainment Hell says there's no other Giallo or Giallo that's better than Deep Red Tenebrae Opera. Has he seen, or he or she seen The Strange Color of Your Body's Tears?
Good one. You know what I would say like would be up there? One, Don't Torture Duckling.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And Martino's Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward.
I love that film, and I love that actress.
Edwidge Fenech.
Yes. Dreamy.
She is, yeah. Oh yeah. I cannot lie. I'm a huge fan of Edwidge Fenech. Like when I was a kid, it was like her and Susie Kendall. And God, there's a couple of them that I would watch because Giallos were my thing. That was my that was what I would love. That's what I'd go to. That was my safe space. Giallos and like and pornography. No, and but I did grow up in the VHS days, guys. So it's a little bit different.
Here. Yeah, same here.
And I miss the VHS days. I really do. Hey there, Creepy Keith. Welcome. And hey to everybody. Rosabella Neri, my dad, in love with her, JB. I found out about Rosabella Neri through my dad. She's actually in one of the Forgotten Gialli box sets. I think it's volume 2. Unfortunately, she doesn't have her regular like thoughts on what are my thoughts on AGFA titles? I like AGFA. Are you an AGFA fan, man? Are you an AGFA fan? Because I really like the Wishman sets. See, that is like, if you're going to do magnetically boxed sets, like do magnetically boxed sets of movies that are good and or at least entertaining and not Cardona. So so the Wishman sets, I'm all down with that. Some of the early stuff that I got from AGFA was really good, including, have you ever seen Lady Street Fighter? No, not the Sonny Chibish type one, but the other one, the ladies like with
who's the actress?
What's her name? Is it Renee Bond or something like that? Somebody like she's very attractive, but she sounds like Tommy Wiseau.
I'm not familiar now.
But let me just see if I can find a picture here,
Sure.
Because I'll tell you, dude. Oh man, she is. Pretty sure it's called Lady Street Fighter 81, I think.
Renee Harmon?
Renee Harmon. Oh, thank you.
You can thank Neko for that. She was listening.
All right.
Hey,
Or are you chatting in the chat?
no, I don't chat. I'm stealing this because you can see it on the thing and it looks bad. It's your popcorn bucket.
Cinema, baby. Cult of cinema.
There.
But so yeah, let's bring it right up here for a second. So there's a box set right there.
There
So
you
it's
go.
got 2 films, Lady Street Fighter, and it has like the Return of Lady Street Fighter, which I think was done 15 to 20 years after this film.
Huh.
Oh, it's worth watching. Worth watching. Is it good?
Got a 3 out of 10 on.
Is it entertaining? Like, it starts out with this girl, her, the main character, tied to a pool table, naked, and killed. And then she's killed.
Naked.
Yeah. Trust me. Anytime Renee Harmon thinks that she can get herself on screen nude, she's going to do it. There's literally a scene in the film, like, because she's obviously she's a twin because, like, she gets killed at the beginning. There's a scene where she gets up, has a shower. So we get a shower sequence. She fights some bad guys, and then I think she has another shower. It's really different. So if you collect the VSA,
That's quality cinema right there.
quality cinema. If you collect the VSAs, she's in the movie Hell Riders with Adam West. And Hell Riders is like, people talk about like Dr. Jekyll's Dungeon of Death as being like the worst like VSA title until like Fortress America came out, or the Giallo Mary stuff came out. But no, it's Hell Riders for the early stuff, because Hell Riders has, I like to say, like a little bit of Adam West, a lot of Adam West stunt double. So it's like a Steven Seagal movie that way. So mostly stunt double, a little tiny bit of Adam West. And the acting's atrocious, and all the actors in the movie are, aside from like basically the mainstream actors, are people from her acting class. And it terrifies me that she had an acting class. Especially if you watch the Lady Street Fighter, it will terrify you. It will keep you up at night that she had an acting class. Because what was she teaching? Not like, and I secretly think she's Tommy Wiseau's mom. I really do. She sounds so much like her. To decline an offer to attend the actor's studio. I wonder why she did. Because she was good. So she was actually good. Do you have any of the Wishman titles?
I do. Which ones are those?
They put it 3 Wishman sets, like Wishman the Twilight Years, like the Doris Wishman titles for AGFA. And they were kind of like, I don't have any of them yet. I do want to get the Wishman stuff. Looks like we got a
Spam.
Yeah, Yeah, I was gonna have some of that, especially when you get tonight, guys. We may see some spam pop in every once in a while. Like, just ignore it, and we'll get rid of that. But there's been some big news, and Ronald actually mentioned one thing here. I guess we should kind of touch on. TerraVision is a partner label that's not going to be with Vinegar Syndrome anymore. Their contract is up, and they're doing a subscription service.
I used to like a lot of their films.
Well, that's the thing. If you got the bones to get the subscription, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
But I guess this is the first time too that we can't get a subscription for the year for Vinegar Syndrome. So for those that normally buy the year subscription for Vinegar Syndrome, what they're doing is you can pay $25 as a placeholder, and on the first week from January 1st to January 7th, what Vinegar Syndrome is having a very special celebration, Vinegar Syndrome celebration, and it's called Subscription Week, basically, where you can go in and, along with that $25 you already paid, you get a $50 coupon that you can put towards your subscription, and then you can get the year-long subscription so that's $75 off for Vinegar Syndrome. And for those that are kind of wondering if this year might be the year to do it, I'll sweeten the pot a bit by telling you this: next year, starting January 2023, is the 10th anniversary of Vinegar Syndrome.
Wow.
So I would expect everything all the stops to be pulled out. the 10th anniversary, knowing the way that they are. Now, on the 5th anniversary, they did a lot of really cool things. Did the 5 films, 5-year sets that are lying in a print. I have those. So, but yeah, I would expect some big stuff. Hey there, Morgan, welcome. I expect some big stuff next year. So if there was every year to, I'd say, like, gamble on the subscription, the next year's year to like roll those bones. Like, I've even thought about it, and I don't think I'm going to be able to afford it because I'm going to be in Canada at the time. But if I can, it is tempting. If you want to help me afford it, let's do our little thing for here.
Dun, da, 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 dun, da, 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 da.
Do you know I lose like 3 to 4 viewers every time I do that?
Why?
Some people are like, was that targeted right at me?
All right, but
Yes,
still, I mean, you're not
that's right.
obligated. I mean, it's
No,
just,
like, I'm
come
not even
on,
done
look
here.
out for a guy. He's doing all this hard work for you.
I'm here from 1:30 in the morning to like around 7:30. So I got like 7 hours, 6 or 7 hours, guys. I'm on here.
This guy is a temple of knowledge. Come on.
And it's slowly going away because I'm not getting any sleep anymore. Death with a Model Train slasher Giallo. What is that? I mean, is that something coming out? Stepfather. I would love to see Stepfather come out. I love Stepfather. That's one of my faves. Stepfather's only gotten a DVD release, right? Like from Snaps. Has it ever gotten a Blu-ray release? I don't think so. I mean, like, they did kind of hint that it was SoCal, right? So SoCal, like, where it was set. And Stepfather's not sleazy enough, I don't think, for that. If it was Stepfather 2, which already did get a fairly decent release, I think, then they might be seeing something. I think for the slasher title, we're looking at probably Fatal Pulse. I think people are right on that one. I think that guess is pretty right. I kind of want it to be Boarding House. You ever seen Boarding House? Has Nico ever seen Boarding House? She probably.
Boarding House? I don't think so.
So Adrienne Barbeau is the lead actress on it, and Joseph Bottoms, who I'm not sure if he watched soap operas ever or not, but he was like a big soap opera guy, Santa Barbara, so especially. But basically, it's a killer that's killing people at boarding houses. But it's cool. It's killing like real estate agents, but it's really good.
I don't think I've seen it because I wouldn't know if I had seen Adrian in it, but I don't recall.
Oh, yeah. Everybody knows when they've seen Adrian in the film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Extra slip with Invisible Maniac. Yeah, they finally announced what it is, Ragnar. So basically, it's not a translucent slip that people paid that $6 for. We have a lenticular slip. So much like, I guess in a way, like one of the early slips, like stuff like Demon Wind or Jack Frost, which were lenticular slip covers. Open House, thank you. That's the name of it. I said Boarding House. Boarding House is a shot on video one that's not very good, but I still watch it.
Movie. It's a horror comedy.
Who's in it?
It says Boarding House, starring John Wintergate.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah.
That's the wrong one. Open House is the one I'm looking for.
Yeah. There is a Boarding House, but it's a different movie.
Yeah, Boarding House is like it's pretty much it's shot on video. I think it's Intervision. I may have put that one out. It was Intervision. Like, so it wasn't exactly. Let's just say it wouldn't be boarding. People wouldn't be as excited about boarding. Rye would be excited about Boarding House. That's like people asked.
Coast Films.
Coast Films was the distributor.
It says it was re-released on DVD by Code Red in 2008.
So Code Red, yeah.
I wonder if Code Red will exist in any format, like in the future. If they're just going to like put everything over with Kino, which I'm hoping actually. Please go.
Shout Factory released The Stepfather in 1987 and 2010.
Did they?
That's what Entertainment Hell's saying.
That's 1987 one. I remember the Synapse release. I don't remember the Synapse released part 2, right? Make Room for Daddy. And part 3, I'm not sure if it got a good release. Part 3 is, got the guy from the Boltons in it, the guy that took over from John By. And it's so weird because they make a big deal of not showing his face at the beginning of the film, which made me think that, oh my God, that they're gonna, like, we're not gonna know for sure who the stepfather is in part 3. But no, there's just no reason. AGFA just popped that out. Yes, they did. Damn it. See, I'm slipping, guys, but it's 1:30 in the morning, so I'm using that as an excuse for everything. Anytime I make a mistake now, I'm just going to say it's 1:30 in the morning, except like now it's not. It's 2 in the morning. But we got so much that we can look at. In a second, we'll go over the policy stuff. We'll look at the titles. I'm thinking Fatal Pulse, though. I'm with Morgan, though. Like, open house. Please get a Blu-ray release for that film. Any films with Adrian Barbeau should automatically have a Blu-ray release. And also, it's got Joseph Bottoms. And for those that don't know him from like soap operas, the Nika Mastorakis put out a film called Blind Date. And it's about a guy that he's kind of obsessed with this girl that broke up with him. And he sees her with another guy. And he falls down and he goes blind. And meanwhile, there's a killer going around killing people, killing girls. And one of the girls that the killer is focused on is his ex-girlfriend. So he gets an experimental procedure in that he'll never get his eyes back. He'll never get his eyesight back, but he'll see things in a kind of like a computerized, like old school computerized with the green like screen type of thing way. Which it's a really fun film. It's an early role for Kirstie Alley, who plays one of the leads in that. And if you want to see her like nude a lot, that's the movie. And if you want to see like Marina Sirtis from Star Trek Next Generation, also nude, that's also the movie for that.
I might have seen that.
It's a good one. I mean, I think it was put out by Scorpion. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong on this one because I've been wrong a lot tonight so far. But I think Scorpion put out that one. I actually own that one. I'm a huge Nika Mastorakis fan. I love like the films that he does, and just yes, Zero Buys is amazing. The AGFA horror trailer show. Yeah, that's 70 copies left. That one, isn't it? If I'm right, isn't that one going out of print? Like totally, like because there's a few titles that are actually going tonight that are going to be going, and that's it. Kind of like Pride Division, actually.
Yeah, that's good.
Kind of like Pride, not really like Pride Division. More like Deadly Friend, where you see like the green like lines kind of outlining like things, as opposed to actually kind of like saying stuff. Eyes of Laura Mars, I have here. I haven't seen it since it was on VHS. I got it when I was in Canada. I was so excited to get it, thinking, okay, when I get here, I'll just have to wait a couple weeks. And our stuff doesn't get here till December.
It's the one with Tommy Lee Jones, right?
Yep, Tommy Lee Jones and Lauren Hutton. Nico, it's Lauren Hutton.
Nico, look it up.
What's the
Eyes of Laura Mars.
It's John Carpenter. Actually, I think he wrote it.
Eyes of Laura Mars.
Who's the actress? I don't know.
Normally I know this stuff, but today I don't know this stuff.
It's too early in the morning.
1978 film.
Yeah,
Faye
it's all.
Dunaway is a renowned New York City fashion
Faye Dunaway?
photographer.
Faye Dunaway, there we go.
Yeah.
Not at all, Lauren Hutton. Not a shock at all. Not a surprise. Has there been a film where a psychic has visions of a murder and is haunted by them, but turns out they're actually the killer with short-term memory loss? Sort of. Not a psychic, but yes, there is a couple movies like that where the hero turns out to be the villain and don't know.
Yeah.
Copycat.
Tenebrae, right? I just ruined it. Sorry.
Well, sort of. There's two killers in Tenebrae.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Tenebrae is one of those films that if you've never seen it, then, and when you watch it the first time, it throws you off a bit because everything's so like clean and so white. And that's because when Argento was making Tenebrae, he wanted to make it futuristic. So Tenebrae is not set then. It's set like 10 minutes really into the future as well, sort of. when he wanted to do it. So he wanted to make things look more sterile. So when we see the murders in Tenebrae, that's one of the reasons that they're, for lack of a better word, so beautiful and so eye catching, is that they're gorgeously shot, and where there's kind of like lighter, whiter, more sterile colors, the kind of the blood kind of really shines and kind of highlights. I sound like a ghoul, but that's that's what happens when you grow up watching Argento films. This is the type of stuff. Dead Heat is at 156. There's a list online, actually, and I'm going to find it afterwards. I think a Redditor put it up, of like a list of all the titles that are kind of low, because there's the regular Vinegar Syndrome titles, and there's the partner label titles, and some of those are selling out as well. What blows my mind over on the Severin side is we know that the three Australian titles are going out of print: Thirst, Dead Kids, and Patrick, right? Which makes sense to me. So those three are going out of print. So $8 for a Blu-ray, bam. When they're gone, they're gone. But Plague Town is also going. So I didn't buy Plague Town when it came out because it was in the middle of some crazy ass times, and Plague Town was the last freaking thing I wanted to see on my shelf because of life, basically. I need a cigarette afterwards. I don't smoke, but if I did, yeah, that's it. That's why I got the caffeine. This is my cigarette. But yeah, Plague Town was directed by David Gregory, and David Gregory is, of course, the guy that runs Severin. So you think he would have the rights to his own stuff, but unfortunately,
chaos.
Hey there. I won't be able to drop in Thanksgiving duties. Oh, well, happy murderous Columbia Day to you. But in all seriousness, though, this dude here came in the middle. And last time when I did streamed Halfway to Black Friday, in the middle of like a break between his kids' performance. So thank you for letting us know. But dude, you're awesome anyway. Hey there, Nico. You're welcome on screen now. You can drop on screen anytime you want to. I know you're over there. You can sneak in. Shannon, Tweed, David Soul. Yeah. Somebody's mentioned The Cold Night. Yes, that one's going down too. So in The Cold Night is a Nika Masturaka film. And has an incredible cast. We got Shannon Tweed, who's from Newfoundland. So represent. I got to turn my hat backwards. David Soul, Mark Singer, Brian Thompson, who usually plays bad guys in roles, not playing a bad guy in this movie, literally steals the film in every scene he's in. Would love to see I would love to see him in more lead roles. I think he did one other lead role for Nika Masturaka. It was an action film. He usually plays the bad guy in the background or the alien guy in X-Files, stuff like that, right? Brian Thompson does. But he's a good actor. He's a really good actor. And he has this kind of devilishness to him that we hardly ever get to see him play because he's always got to play this stiff bad guy role. Mm-hmm. But at the time, the reason he actually got the lead, he was dating Nika Masturaka's daughter. That worked. Hard to Kill. Put up by Arrow Video, by the way. Stand in Silence. Really good one. Morgan Has Taste. There we go. I would love to see a Shannon Tweed set come out. I want a Shannon Tweed set.
Yeah, it's kind of surprised they don't have one yet because she used to have films all the time I watched in the 90s, just off regular TV and whatnot. She was always on screen.
Oh, I watched for purely academic reasons. There were Shannon Tweed movies that I watched over and over and over again. It's you ever see the movie Porky's, where the teacher takes the stag film that they got and keeps it, and he when they go into the office afterwards, he said, "I can't believe you had this horrible film. I watched through this 3 times." Rest in peace, Bob Clark, man. But Cobra, yes. For those that don't know, Severin has a female executioner sticker coming out that is pretty much a satire of the Cobra poster, from Sliced Alone. So not quite sure how that's gonna go. So you may be only able to get it during the sale. So if you want that sticker, kind of do. Then yeah, you got to get it then. MVD sale is going on right now. Unfortunately, MVD sale is US only, which is kind of sad. I know that I think some people said that they were, an American-based like company, but they did used to do sales in Canada, like they were United States and Canada before. So I'm not quite sure what happened. I know that there was something that did happen, but they no longer ship to Canada anymore, which is sad. And especially for me, well, I'm not in Canada either, but I can at least get shipped to Canada. Now for you have like connections though, right? That's the difference. You have connections, man. You got people over in the US.
You just gotta do what I do and buy it for him and send it to him. That's it.
Preach this right here. Yes, this is an underappreciated genre of filmmaking. With all the Shannons, Shannon Tweed, Shannon Worry, we need the Night Eyes films, we need the Body Chemistry films, Friend of the Family 1 and 2, and so there's a few different ones that there was what was the one? Midnight Teas. There were a couple of those. Did you watch a lot of these films? I did for, again, purely like educational purposes. But that's the thing that's always surprised me is that Vinegar Syndrome has this like rep, like putting out a lot of they put up some adult films and some kind of sleazier stuff. Hello. I got my kitty cat here. Want to come out?
I love Dark Knight as Scarecrow, Alan. I love that film. So good.
Number one, number two, not so much. Number one for sure. Are You Lonesome Tonight? Jane Seymour. Oh, God, I barely remember that one, but I know that was definitely one. The Wind with Meg Foster. Yeah, I got that from somewhere on the way. Mark Kerman's wife wrote a book about erotic thrillers. I don't have that, though apparently something I need. Which kind of I'm both excited and bummed out because I thought about writing a book on erotic thrillers because that's kind of my era, one of my eras of films. Hey. So she doesn't want to come up. She just wants to attack me, apparently.
Yeah, mine went quiet. I don't know where it is.
She's sitting with me.
Oh, she's sleeping on the futon with makeup.
Oh, me and Hin watch some different films. Hin's got her own. She likes, Hugh Jackman and stuff like that. She's got her own lust.
Oh, man. Did you ever see
we all do.
Hit and Run with Carrie War? Oh, my God. That's a great film.
I have a love-hate relationship with Carrie War. One, she's gorgeous. And I love her in the films that she's in. Two, she ruined Sliders, which was one of my favorite shows.
Yeah, I love Sliders. I didn't think she was that bad in that, but
well, the thing was that there was her and Sabrina Lloyd, the two lead characters of Sliders, right? And the in the minds of it wasn't her fault, but basically they said, well, we only need one girl, so they fired the lead actress from the beginning of the series, and it went downhill after that. And after she left, and then I think Arturo left right before that, so John Rice Davies, and then people left until it was only characters. There was, I think, the singer, and nobody else. Everybody else was new cast.
That's kind of a stupid reason, but yeah.
Yeah, you can't have enough. I'm sorry, but if you're doing a show with you can't have enough sexy on the screen. It's good. There's more room for more than one book in any given subject. That's true. I was going to write a Exploitation one too. There were three none. So for those who don't know, I wrote some film stuff for a company in Ohio. And one of them actually got published. Don't look it up; it really sucks ass. But I wanted to go into writing, for writing novels, and I wanted to write nonfiction. The three books that I was working on at the time, I was working on a Exploitation book. I was looking into an erotic cinema book. I was looking into non-traditional lifestyle romance book. As in, basically, relationships, but not the traditional, man woman monogamous relationship type thing. So I actually was at the time I was like speaking to different people. I spoke to like some swingers and some clubs and stuff like that. But that's for another day. But I actually had a lot of research done on it. But I actually moved, and my writing partner at the time, we just didn't get it done. Could I write the definitive guide to the Red Shoe Diaries? Ooh,
I remember those.
I used to love that. Good old Dave Duchovny, the guy that actually pretty much, if you wanted to say a guy that would be in the Red Shoe Diaries and could be in it, yeah, his life, like Californication, not too far from Dave Duchovny's life. Just gotta put that out there. Vinegar Syndrome should do Hollywood chainsaw hookers. So that's been put up by 80 films in the UK. It's part of their slasher classics collection. Hollywood chainsaw hookers is something. I don't know. I mean, I think Fred Olen Ray, does he still have the rights? Like, does he have the rights to that? I thought he did. I thought Retro Media at one point had the rights. Hollywood chainsaw hookers, but it's been a long time. If he does, then you could get a Makeflix special edition of that. But I could see Vinegar Syndrome doing it if they were going to go for like their kind of like Michelle Bowerly and Quigley type of thing. It was perfect. So yeah, I got it right this time. It was Retro Media. Like, it's a great film. It's the weirdest film. So anybody that's never seen Hollywood chainsaw hookers and don't know what it is, it's this film which has the star of Texas Chainsaw Massacre in it, and it's got Lenny Quigley, and it's almost got a film noir. It's got a film noir aspect to it too, with a narrative. Have you seen this film?
I think I've seen part of it. I think I've seen like the first hour or so. I don't think
So that's not I saw the first hour, and then I was like, that was enough. I was good.
Oh no, I think it was just late at night. I might have like fallen asleep or something. But usually I'll just throw a movie on, and sometimes I end up watching all of it, and sometimes not.
I'm Gunnar Hansen. There's a name. Gunnar was a really nice. That was a guy, like, scared me when I was a kid. When I was a kid, like, watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre scared the hell out of me. So when I got to meet Gunnar in person, it was so different because the guy's a teddy bear.
Mm-hmm.
He literally looks like a teddy bear. And this was like just, I guess, about a year before he passed away, in Montreal at a convention. And I think his book was coming out at the time, and he was really excited about the Texas Chainsaw 3D that was coming out. He had a part in that. Please don't spoil Hollywood chainsaw hookers. I'm going to spoil it for you, man. It's got hookers and there's chainsaws. Chopper Chicks in Zombie Town. We are going a little bit lower on the rungs than chainsaw hookers, but I know a lot of people do like a lot of that stuff. And we have some people here that like a lot of the trauma stuff as well. And I like some of the trauma stuff, but I'm just going to say this right now. If I turn on like the Vinegar Syndrome at 12, and I see another friggin' like trauma film in a VSA spot, Aaron's going to be pissed off because you don't set the precedent. People always ask me why. Why are you so upset that Fortress America was like a VSA? There was nothing against Fortress America. It's the fact that Vinegar Syndrome had specifically put out trauma films over the years as part of the regular line. So to shove it into the VSA line makes me think, as a consumer, that they don't have faith in it. So let's put it in a more expensive line as opposed to a regular line. It doesn't make me think, well, this one's special, so I guess they're putting it into the VSA. No, it makes me think the opposite thing. But that's my rant on that. Yeah, EH is the guy that likes that. He liked Blades, so just putting that out there. A lot of people like Blades. Did you like Blades?
Which one was Blades?
It's the one with the lawnmower that's kind of like a Jaws thing.
Oh, yeah. That's been a long time since I've seen that. That was kind of fun, but it's been a long time since I've
Vincent put that out.
Really? No kidding.
Yeah. They put that one out, and was it Auntie Lee's Meat Pies around the similar time? Now, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I got Blades. It was during because I was a subscriber at the time. And I'd seen it years ago, so I did not go back and watch it again, which I really should do. I gotta agree. Like, unless Roddy Piper is included in that name, then I don't want to see like Billy Blanks, like Julie.
Because like, you guys don't go there. Don't go there. He likes Blake.
Mela, again, another one. Don't like. I don't want to see like any more of those. Like, I like he's Canadian. That's cool. See, there you go, right there. Morgan's, that's right there. Fortune America was terrible, which is the case, and that's what I'm saying. There's a case right there. Why wasn't Fortune America a regular release? Nobody would have bought it. So that's why. Bloodhook, I love. I love Bloodhook. Bloodhook is insane. The first time I saw Bloodhook, I was like, "What the hell is this? This is the dumbest movie that I've seen." And I'd seen a lot of dumb movies. That was in the VHS days. And have you seen Bloodhook?
Nope.
Oh, you got to see this. So Jim Malone, one of the guys that worked on Mystery Science Theater 3000, did Bloodhook.
Nice.
And it's like it's kind of like a slasher spoof sort of type thing, because he's using a hook. So get the guy. So there's the hero of the story. Basically, he accuses everybody of being the killer, really, except the person that's the killer. And it's hilarious. It is fun. And the extended edition is one of those times when the extended edition is good. I like that. More horror VSAs, I agree. I mean, I don't mind the action stuff. Do not take my glasses. See, you can't see with those. See, they can't. So, I'm going to make you come on camera. Come here. I'm trying to get the cat on camera because, if I've learned anything, it's like kitty cats are good for views.
Kitty
right?
cats, the world. Hey, buddy, what are you doing?
We thought that this was a little boy when we first got it, but we called it. We called him more
She's gonna show everybody Hazel.
Oh,
Hazel's new. We just got her 2 days ago.
I saw the picture on Facebook.
Say
She's
hi,
adorable.
So beautiful.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, so pretty. She's very vocal.
See, you're lucky. She'll stay up. Lordy's like, I want to go.
Oh yeah, this one's a night owl. Like she'll get up and just make a lot of noise.
She took a 4-hour nap, so we know she's going to be up all night. So
Same with I went to sleep early so I could do this video in the middle of the day, and I said, okay, well, Hin's here, so I'll be able to rest up, and I guess Lordy's gonna just be down with Hin and do her thing. The second I went upstairs to lie down, I had I was watching a video on my phone. So she comes upstairs, so she cuddles into my neck, and she turns towards the video. She starts watching the video on the phone, and we both fall asleep together.
Aww.
So she wakes up, and I wake up.
Nice.
that's the best.
So she's good to go right now.
So even if you start falling asleep, she won't. She'll keep you up.
That's it. She'll come here. I'll put her in front of the camera. She can meow away. Sex and Fury. Yeah, that needs a great release. Female Yakuza as well. Totally agree on both of those. See, we should have more views just for the cats. The cats are the most entertaining part of any video. So guys, if you have cat lovers, then they can come back and watch this video. Mark the point where the cats come on.
Just that little segment. You can monetize that segment.
Yeah, there you go. See, look, there you go. Help Lordy get more cat food.
Yes.
Don't be mean. Help Lordy get more cat food and get your comments shown on screen.
Feed a starving cat. Come on now.
There we go. Do I have to play in the eyes of an angel? So you got to get Sarah McLachlan out here.
You're right.
There you go.
Oh, God.
With me Santa with the sad eyes, looking at movies that I can't buy. Got to do that. We love that.
Oh, good.
Oh, we are so looking forward to the sales. And Diane, yes, I am in Morocco right now. I went to the Marrakesh Film Festival. Tilda Swinton was here. I missed out on seeing her, unfortunately. They did a tribute to Tilda on the last day of the film festival. And they flew her daughter in as a surprise to hand her the award. So that was pretty exciting. I did get to go see Marlowe and the director Neil Jordan, was there, and as was the main star, Diane Kruger. Diane is a very nice person. One of the people on that stage weren't exactly super nice, but I will say Diane was a very nice person. That's as far as we go with that. But yeah, no, Jeremy Irons was great. But I think for most people who's watching this, Julie Ducournau was there, and I'm sure you probably saw Raw and Titan, the extreme body horror films that she does. So she was there, and I'd never seen her before. I just knew her films because I thought of her as like, okay, so she's like that female Cronenberg, basically. She's a heir apparent to Cronenberg, and I'm so jealous, Roy. I'm so jealous. And she was she comes out, and I didn't know. So first we're going in, and we see this striking blonde, this beautifully striking blonde as we're going through, and hence like that must be one of the actresses here. And so we go in, and I get my there's like the translation thing that I get, so I get that, and give my passport, get the translation thing, and I go sit down. And so then the girl comes on the stage that does the conversation thing, and says, "Okay, so we're going to welcome out Julie Ducournau. She's done Raw and Junior and all these films." And out on the stage comes the beautiful blonde that we passed on the way in. And so this is my first time seeing what she looked like, and she is stunning. It's like literally, like I saw Julie Delphi the day before, but
I love her.
Yeah, and Julie Delphi is amazing, but Julie Ducournau, oh my God, man. Just like look her up. She's stunning. Only Flam Bloodlocks, though, were 2 hours long. It's okay. I mean, like, the thing with movies I find nowadays, a lot of movies, especially modern movies, is that they forget to edit. Like, editing is a lost art. They're like, well, we can do like 5-hour films now, just because. You can. And you can put everything in your film that you want to put in there, that you couldn't do before. However, editing.
I was thinking about with Julie Delphi, like I think I only have like a DVD version of Killing Zoe. Do you or your audience know that if they have like a Blu-ray or even a fancier version of that movie? Because I don't think I've seen one listed.
Which one?
Killing Zoe.
God, I used to have that on DVD, but I don't think I have it anymore. I really like that movie, actually.
Yeah, I love that movie. That's great. But I think the one I have is like, in fact, I bought it maybe a couple of years ago, but it's not like Blu-ray or anything. I think all I could find was like a regular DVD of it.
But yeah, no, I don't think it's ever gotten, as far as I know, like anybody can let me know. I wouldn't know if it had German release. I've never gotten the button, the German media book or anything like that. But yeah, if it hasn't gotten a good release, it really deserves one.
Yeah, definitely.
I want like the Kozlowski color, 3-color trilogy is coming out on 4K from Criterion next year, and I want to get that. I'm actually excited. The film festival's over, and I'm already jonesing for the next film festival because it was so great. And just a shout out quick to my to Munya and Jaleel, which are one of my better half sisters and her husband, who made it really, really good for me to get there. Basically, when it came to getting into some of the events, I got in I got in early, and I got in, and I got good seats. Killing Zoe was released on Blu-ray in the UK.
Yeah, I guess I got it in the UK. I don't know if it's here in the States. I don't think I saw it in the States.
Do you have a region-free player? Do you have a region?
Yeah, I actually went and bought one. Yeah, I started getting a lot of DVDs and Blu-rays that were region coded. So I was like, well, I better get a DVD player that can play them because some of the stuff that I like Metalhead, it was a different region, but I love that movie, so I had to get it a region free DVD player, Blu-ray player.
Like that's the thing. Like once you find a movie that you really want, for me, I'm a big Fulci fan, and I just discovered Arrow Video. I'm gonna have to get her off that thing in a second. Descend. French for get down, by the way. Lordy, descend. There, you've learned some French today, guys. But yeah, it was. I bought a Doctor Who DVD, and you could pretty much like mod any DVD player to play region free. But I bought like some Lucio Fulci stuff, and it was in like it was a region 2, and it was a Blu-ray, and back then you could go to your local Walmart and pick up like a player that would be region free. So like you just go in and you hit like there's 4 numbers, you hit them on screen, and you pop it the disc, you hit 4 numbers, and then choose what region you want.
Yeah, I just find that some of the DVDs and Blu-rays that I want are like other regions, like the Devils. Like if you really want like the really good copy, you're gonna have to get it from somewhere else because the States just don't have it.
The Devils is one of the things people thought might. Siki, they're really good actually. Siki's last a long time. That's what I have originally. But what was the one that I wanted? The Devils. Like there's still not an uncut copy of that.
I know. It's like get on the program here, guys. Come on now.
The best version's the BFI edition that I've seen it so far. They had a 2-disc edition of The Devils, which is a great film. I love The Devils too. I'm like a big fan.
Yeah.
Ken Russell, right?
Yep.
But he was. I'd like to see him come. Ken Russell's still alive, right? Is he still alive? Yes. Like I don't want to kill somebody.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, guys. Look it up. If Ken Russell's still alive, I'd love to see him here.
Yeah, my looker upper left, so I don't know where she went. That's right, Alan. Shop smart. Shop Aaron Pin smart. Cult of Cinema.
There you go. It has been a while since we've had like Ken passed away. Damn it.
Yeah, he passed away.
I thought so, but I was like, I've said it before, and then people were like, no, that person's alive, and I'm like, crap, I don't want to like kill somebody.
I don't want to be premature about it.
A decade ago, but I love The Devils. I would love to see a great edition of that.
Me too.
I'm still waiting for like they get like a Blu-ray edition. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Sure, no problem.
Now I know.
So how are you all doing? I'm holding down the fort.
Why don't you talk about how Severin is your favorite Argento movie?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, she's healthy.
This is one of my favorite editions I have in my collection. It's the Russ Meyer collection.
What I don't recognize him. What films does he do?
All 19 of his, well, we did run 20 or so films, but 19 of his films are on here. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls, which was written by Roger Ebert, is probably one of the most famous ones. But Cherry, Harry, and Raquel, which was a pretty good one. My favorite is probably Vixen with Erica Gavin. That's the first one I saw. And the first one you see is usually your favorite. But Russ Meyer's estate has blocked anybody from doing another edition, like putting out anything other than this DVD. So if you ever find this DVD edition, guys, it's like super expensive. But when I bought this was when I first bought a region-free player, which is the reason I brought this over. That who knows? Maybe this will come onto the screenshot and more people watch the video. But basically, I bought this, and I'm not sure if it was going into print at the time or not, but it was around 20 pounds for this. And this was a beast of a set and was still one of my favorites. I'm not quite sure, but it caught my eye, it caught my attention. And when I did my videos in North Sydney, it would be behind me a lot when I was downstairs in my movie library, and people tended to notice it. Do you know why the state blocked further releases? I would guess Warlock. Money. And another secret release from Vinegar Syndrome tonight. I think a lot of us think right now, Diane, that one of the secret releases is going to be Fatal Pulse because it just checks all those boxes. It's sleazy, get a bit of a Giallo influence. It's shot in Southern California, and it's a slasher too. For the VSA's El Santo versus Dr. Death is going to be the kind of the oldest title they've ever done. I recommend that one to a lot of people. For the second title on the VSAs, I don't know. For the second title on the secret ones, there's been a lot of like guesses. Some people guess like films that have been shot down. That it's not Caligula. It's not Showgirls. Obviously, it's not anything like that. Movie 43 is too shitty and too new to go get a special edition. Like even Vinegar Syndrome, they're not going to do that because that's when I give up. That's when that comes out, I give up. I'm like, I'm done, Vinegar Syndrome. I'm done right now. That was a painful friggin' experience to watch. I'm not sure if you watched it, man, but if you have,
one?
movie 43.
Yeah, Neko and I were laughing at it.
It's so bad.
But I mean, it's so corny though. Like, I don't know. Like, I know a lot of people hate it, but I thought it was funny as hell.
Like a DVD edition with the commentary.
Badly written. It is badly written, but like just the whole idea behind it, I'm just like, what is going on?
How did all these people get in this film?
Right.
I was saying before he came on here that Freaked was one of my guesses because the A-list, like, having A-list could be A-Team, and then we got Mr. T and Freaked. So that's a possibility, but that's a very, very far possibility. In actuality, I don't have any clue on that one. His Fatal Pulse kind of aerobics college slasher. The Fails. Fails is actually from Nova Scotia, so he's from Atlantic Canada. Descent.
I could hear like whatever he's playing with.
Descent. Go down. You can play with it. You can have it, but you got to go down. Okay. I don't find movie 43 fun. Like, there's something about movies that make me feel like I'm getting kicked repeatedly between the legs.
Did you think it was just too childish?
No, look at me. Like, I'm the most childish person that I know. You see all those comic books I have over there?
Well, I mean, just in terms of like obviously we love our fair share of like B-rated movies and so on, but there is times when people think that maybe stuff just goes a little bit too simple-minded, or just no real thought put behind it. I don't like. What are your reasons why you really don't like it?
I think this was a movie that I consider like a tax write-off movie. And so it's a movie made with the worst possible intentions. Like, they got people into the movie that didn't want to be in the movie. So I'm not sure how the guy made it. If they blackmailed him or just kind of tricked them into going into the film. So already I'm not liking it for that reason, right? And Hugh Jackman playing a character that has balls on his chin.
Yes,
it's not something that I really want to see. But like, if it was like better done, like it was Wayne Brothers or the Zucker, like, but maybe, but no, like it was pretty. It was painful to watch, and I watched Vampire Sucks.
I didn't see that one.
Oh, don't. Just like don't. My better half has this thing where if she starts to watch a movie, she has to watch it till the end.
Oh, okay.
What did you get? I want to know what Roy got for his MVD order. He gets really good orders, by the way. So for those that know, like Roy gets really good orders. So we're going to wait here, Roy, and you tell us what your order is, because it's always cool stuff. A true mystery from Australian Sales. Yeah. One of the first mysteries that they did was the Angel set. And if anybody knows me and watches my channel for a while, I guessed the Angel set in 3 seconds. As soon as the clue came out for the Angels collection, I knew what it was, because that's near and dear to my heart. I love the Angels series of films. And if, by the way, guys, if you don't have those, they're really good, especially the first one, because it is not what you think it's going to be. Like, people think the Angel is going to be way sleazier than it is. And it's not. It's definitely more of a thriller. Fatal Games probably Senator Katie mentioned that.
Oh,
the one with the javelin. Are you talking about the one with the javelin? That looks so wrong.
I'm so with you, Ragnar. So with you, dude.
The Ilsa films? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to see those. They got like a long time ago. There was a decent Ilsa release, but I don't think it was like North American. But I think there's 4 altogether. Is there 4? Like, one of them is not exactly Ilsa, like Greta or something like that. Greta or Helga. I'll be right back.
The cat is tearing up the house. That's great. Yeah, I do love those Ilsa films, though, man. It is so good. So good. And I'm surprised. Go ahead. I hear you.
I'm being terrorized.
Yeah.
Aw.
And I wouldn't have it any other way. But she's definitely like. So when Hen came home today, his Hobgoblin's good. Not good, but totally fun. It's a Rick Sloan film, and I think Rick Sloan's stuff is pretty good. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Arcadia. I knew there was somewhere around that many.
This is going all over here.
Where's my cat? Is she under your feet?
I don't know where she is. Oh, yeah. She's right here.
Aw.
So when Hen came, she brought a couple things today, including like this stool and like this red stool. And basically she put the stool over by the island. And the island is the one place that she's not allowed to be. So she realized, oh, I can use this stool to get up onto the island. So she's been doing that over the last couple hours, last hour since we've been on there.
Yeah, our cat decides like it wants to get anywhere high. So I have all these shelves with like tarantulas and then my CDs and my figurines, and she thinks she needs to be up there, but luckily she can't get there.
I'm worried for when she gets a little bit like bigger, because as soon as she can get up on the kitchen thing, then we're screwed. Oh my God,
she get up there?
We're screwed. Wow. Yeah, she did it. Do you have any guesses on the catalog steps? Also, Descent. You have like 2 seconds to get down. Oh my God, that's the modem. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I actually, do I have mine around here? I don't know.
I just shared with the chat the Vinegar Syndrome list that has less than 1,000 copies.
Oh, okay.
This little monster is the reason.
Hi, buddy. Hello. Hi. Oh, he licked you.
Oh. Catalog slips. I think one of them. The catalog slip makes me think one of the movies could be Freeway. I'm not sure if the catalog slip, but one of the slips looks kind of like Freeway. That was one of my other guesses, actually.
Oh, I didn't let you share the link, though, I don't think.
No, it's up there. It says docs.google.com. It's a spreadsheet that someone shared on Reddit of all the Vinegar Syndrome.
I don't see it.
She owns me. Like, she totally owns me.
Oh, okay. Wait, maybe. I don't know.
Return to Swamp Thing. House on Story, Real Special Edition, really nice. Go Buys, Inside Store of Canon Films, that'll be cool. And the Dark Collector's Edition, that'll be cool. I don't think, yes, I have seen Go Buys, because there's two like documentaries about like Canon Films. One is the one that's put out by, separately, another one's put out by the guys from Canon Films. Do not even do it. I know you just realized you could jump there, but that does not mean it's a good thing to do. Come here, Lordy. Come on. You're taunting me. So we started playing this like game. Come on over. We started playing this game the other day because she gets super hyper, and we got like an outdoors area right there. It's got like a kind of glass, like a glass thing. So that is.
Oh right, that's a good film, dude. One Dark Night. I love that film. Kind of cheesy, but I love that film anyway. It scared the shit out of me as a kid.
Which one?
One Dark Night. I must have been like 11 or 12 when it came out.
I love that film. I do have that one. You can hear it. So what I did just now, if you hear any noise in the background,
Gave her paper.
Paper bag.
Yeah. She'll be entertained for about an hour.
I'm hoping that like it'll tire out in maybe like 15 or 20 minutes. The only person getting tired out is me. So where's the Return of Swamp Thing on sale? MVD. EH are having a sale right now. So there's an MVD sale, and I'll pop it up on the screen here for us. Since we do have the time, we can actually go and look at MVD because they're doing this only in the US sale, which makes me cry. Here's my kitty. You're terrorizing me, kitty cat. And when they say like a sale, this is a big ass sale too. Like this is like some things like 99 cents, shit like that. So we're gonna dive in. So this is the MVD sale. So I gotta put my thing on here so I can actually see the messages.
Very good.
And then we'll be able to look into the sale. It's just like everything's working like super easy. Not at all flustered by a cat or anything like that. It's just everything's going so slick.
I've actually never heard of this site, so this is something I'll have to look into. MVD.
Yeah, they put out a lot of cool stuff actually that you would definitely like.
It's called mvdshop.com.
Oh yeah, because you're gonna find some stuff here, like especially the MVD stuff. So some of their Steven Seagal stuff. But if anybody ever watched like the channel Space Ice, like he makes fun of all the Steven Seagal movies. But and there's gonna be like Abominable is here for $8.99. If anybody doesn't have this one, definitely strong recommendation on this one. So if you don't have this one, I'm gonna recommend this one to you like really strongly. So it is a Yeti movie, but it's a good Yeti movie. It's basically a Yeti movie that that's kind of a Rear Window at the same time.
Oh wow!
So basically, Matt McCoy right there. He is in a wheelchair, and he sees the Yeti from across because he's in a cabin. And he sees the Yeti from across to another cabin. So, and Jeffrey Combs is in it, like Rex Lynn, Paul Gleason, Haley Joel, D. Wallace Stone, Phil Moore, Tiffany Shepis is in
Which
it.
one? I love Tales of Halloween. Which one is she? I don't recognize her name.
Tiffany Shepis is the gorgeous one.
The gorgeous one. That nails it down for me there. Thanks, Aaron.
When I was actually writing films, she was one of the actresses that I wanted to use.
Is she the one that was in the Alien segment?
She might have been. She's in a field like she's a Nightmare Man, like with Rolf Koninsky and stuff like that. She's been in a lot of stuff. Just highlighting just random pictures, nothing in particular. But she's really good. She's a lot of fun. She's the one of the kind of the girls next door, and so she has the prerequisite nude scene.
What year did that get released?
Now, the killer part about this one is that although this was done in, I think it was in the 90s, when he went to actually do an additional, when he got his rights back to the film, the film couldn't be found. So he had to look all over to find the elements. This film was almost, if he hadn't gone to look for it, was almost a lost film. Like,
wow.
Now, Serial at Midnight, Heath, he has of course,
that's a great price too.
He also got like a page when there was an article on Abominable, and that was almost lost. So check it, Serial at Midnight. But yeah, a lot of great stuff. Audio commentary, making of, deleted and extended scenes, outtakes, bloopers. What's really cool here is there's a cool like mini film they did called Shadows. There's another there, Basil and Mobius, and it's got Zachary Levi, Captain Marvel, Shazam himself,
Ray Park,
Malcolm McDowell, and Kane Hodder in it.
Wow, that's a nice.
So if you don't have this one, and all the MVD Rewind, by the way, have posters. Yeah, got little mini posters in them as well. So Action USA, this was one that was initially a Vinegar Syndrome title. It sold out almost immediately. It's a action movie made by stunt people. So it's literally all action. That's exactly what the film is. Action USA. That's here as well. It's got its own like limited condition, like mini poster as well. MVD rewinds are very, very collectible. They're very, very fun. And there's like stuff here like American Nightmares, for 99 cents stuff. Angel Town. This was Olivier Grenier's first film in kind of in North America. He would be in Cyborg. Cyborg?
Yeah.
No, Nemesis. I'm sorry, Nemesis. It would be in Nemesis. That would be like the kind of the movie that would make him. So Angel Town was basically where I think his father dies. So he's living in France, and he's going to leave France and go over to the United States and like become like a kind of, I think it's a kickboxer or something like that. And he's going to college there. So his girlfriend, because I'm going to tell you the craziest parts of films, his girlfriend comes up to him into the cemetery, and she says, "I don't want you to leave." He says, "I'm sorry, but it's kind of over because I'm going somewhere else. I'm going to leave." So they have sex in the cemetery, and then he goes to America, and then the movie becomes like an actual kind of a
weird morbid sex story, and it was
good,
Yeah.
more grounded like film. Like the villains in this, people are like, the villains are kind of odd, but there's a reason for that. They actually like make people that actually are kind of like gang people, like street people. And it's actually not bad. Art School Confidential, I love because I'm a big comic book fan and I'm a big artsy movie fan. Like these are great prices here.
Oh, they're great prices. That's like, look how much they're off. That's amazing.
Yeah, like it's insane. I mean, like we got Attack Killer Tomatoes here, the original classic one. This is one of the first ones I bought from MVD Rewind actually. And At Close Range, which I would love to have. This is a great film.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Oh, that is amazing.
Christopher Walken, though. I love him.
Have you never seen At Close Range?
No, I've never seen it.
It's a true story. It's really good. So this is when like Sean Penn was married to Madonna.
Right.
The theme song for it is "Live to Tell" by Madonna.
Okay. Oh, I remember the video. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was was really well done. You have some like where the features are taken off, like double features, kind of just like DVD ones. Some of these pop up in like Walmart sometimes. But Basic Instinct 2, huh? It's a Basic Instinct movie that's got the guy that played for those that watch The Walking Dead, he played the governor in Walking Dead. So before he played the governor, he was having sex with Sharon Stone. Black Eagle, which looks like it's a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie.
Yeah, but he's a bad guy and he's not in it very
exactly. It's a Sho Kosugi movie.
Uh-huh.
Which in a way makes it even better because, Sho Kosugi.
They had to market it somehow.
Exactly, man. And Boogie Boy, which I have not seen since the VHS days. And when I saw this, it had like one of those chromium like cases. So if you remember like the days of chromium covers for like comic books, but the whole case was like super shiny and chromium. It's only $5.99. That's a good price for that one. Double feature right here, Bolo double feature. An actual double feature of a martial artist we want to see on film.
Yeah.
Is we got Blood Fight and Ironheart. So Bolo Young, love his stuff. Shadow Builders here. Oh my God. Like that's Michael friggin' Rooker in the lead role. And I love Michael Rooker, obviously incredible actor.
Great actor.
My biggest disappointment that I got, and I used to love this movie, Bright Lights, Big City. I love Michael J. Fox. And this is like pretty much the 80s cocaine era. Like they're telling that story. But I didn't, I guess, got to rewatch it. I watched when I was sick. I was not a huge fan.
Does MVB have any Billy Blanks films?
We're going to have to unfortunately, man, we're going to have to sacrifice Jaleel Merhi and Billy Blanks and have to go with actual martial artists instead. I have no idea what this Chokeslam movie is, but I bought the hell out of this one. DOA was one of the first releases. So I know you like metal. Do you like punk?
Some of it, yeah.
Okay, so this is really good. So Sid Vicious's Sex Pistols American Tour, is kind of highlighted along with other punk bands. in this documentary. It's really well done. And there's actually included on it a feature-length documentary about the making of this documentary, which is just as fascinating as the documentary itself. But it's got like a ton of people in here. See a lot of performances by Sex Pistols, the Dead Boys, Generation X, which was like Billy Idol's group at the time, Rich Kids, the X-Ray Specs, Sham 69, Clash, Iggy Pop. So a really great release. Looks like I'm going to get something to drink in a second because before I don't choke to death on camera.
Right.
Although, like some people, I'm sure wouldn't mind that. But Desperate Hours, of course, the remake of the old Humphrey Bogart film, is right here. $13.99, actually good price for that. Disturbing Behavior.
That's a good movie. Yeah.
Katie Holmes.
Before she got married to Crazy Tom.
Yeah, and he jumped on things. This is really cool right here. So, Double Dragon is one of those movies that I thought I hated. And then I got it from the 101 Films sale. And there was like no features on it. It was just like the film. And me and my better half watched it. And we're like, holy crap, this is hilariously great. Like there's some action sequences. Like Alyssa Milano was gorgeous in this one. Kristen Wagner at the time was gorgeous in this one.
Young Mark.
It even has this special edition. Even has the pilot for the cartoon series.
Oh wow!
Like there's a ton of stuff. I'll be right back. I got to get a drink. Or I'm gonna choke.
See, we got making a featurette. Home video trailer, VHS home video trailer, mini poster. Can't go wrong with posters.
What are you looking at?
It's the Blu-ray for Double Dragon.
Oh, cool.
The prices on this site are insanely good. Morgan was right, man, because this is usually like a $40 Blu-ray. It's down to like $9.
So is Nico secretly buying any of these right now?
No, because like she controls the money. So I mean, I'm sure if I said I really wanted this one or one particular Blu-ray, she'd let me have it. But
You made me sound like a.
she's like Isla, man, the she wolf. She's a ball buster, man.
But oh my God, you get whatever you want. Who just got those new headphones? Who just got all these new things that I just bought you?
Wasn't the headphones like hand-me-downs though that you didn't want?
I bought them and wore them once, and then I said you would like them better. They were the shocks.
I know. I'm just playing with you. You're great. I love you.
You don't want to get her. You do not want to get her.
I know. I don't want to rile her up because then it's all doom.
Yeah.
But Double Dragon, Nico, I'm gonna recommend it.
How about that? This
Definitely recommend this one.
You're living.
I'm accustomed to a certain lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
And look right here. Not one, but two Jean-Claude Van Dammes.
I love Double Impact. Such a great film.
And they put out the ultimate edition of this one.
Where are you?
And they put out like tons of features. Like they have like hour and a half long, 8-minute long documentaries on a lot of the stuff. We have Drive here, but not the Drive. A lot of people know it's the Mark Dacascos Drive with Kadeem Hardison.
I don't remember that one. I remember he did a movie called Sanctuary.
It's a pretty cool film. I mean, like it's I enjoyed it. But there's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
There's like a ton of like right here. I See You. So if you've never seen this movie, it's a really good film.
I think I've heard of it. And it's like he's like at a ski resort or something, or some sort of like winter place.
It's it's a thriller basically where all the people are getting murdered.
Yeah. I don't think I ever sat and watched it, but I have heard of it.
Final Justice. Because any movie that has Joe Don Baker,
Joe Don Baker.
It's Mitch. It's like, if you're a Mystery Science Theater fan.
Oh, I love Walking Tall. I love those.
Oh. Was it Bose Vincent to go after him, right? It was like the guy for the series afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Gun Crazy.
That one I haven't heard of. Who's in that?
Many other things, but I know him from Phantasm too.
Oh, I love that one. That's my favorite one of the series. Very nice. Sorry, I will defend Rage Carry 2. I defend The Faculty a little. I do like The Faculty. That's a good film. I Know What You Did Last Summer was okay. Even the second one was okay. I didn't watch anything after that. You didn't like Disturbing Behavior. Interesting. I like the concept. It actually kind of reminded me of some other films, but I thought it was all right. I mean, it wasn't really. I don't remember it being very gory or anything. So I guess he got frozen or something. But so, what didn't you like about Disturbing Behavior? EH. Oh, you didn't like Phantasm 2? Really? Wow. That's crazy. So what, you like the other ones in the series more than the second one? I mean, I like the first one, don't get me wrong. I just like, for whatever reason, I like Phantasm 2 a lot. After that, it kind of just loses me a little bit, but the first two are very good. I have no problems with those at all. Oh, Cat, yeah, it's possible. That cat's been going off the chain, so I don't know. Yeah, he's still recording, so something's going on. Keep in mind, I have no control of anything on this, so. Yeah, I think it's hard always to kind of beat like the first films, but people kind of, I don't know. I do like the first one a lot. I love the second one. I think maybe because I saw that first, so maybe there's a little bit of bias there with that one. But I can almost say that with like Evil Dead 2, because I saw that one before I saw Evil Dead, and I still like Evil Dead 2 more than the first one. So it just depends, I guess, on when you see films and how you react to it. Are you hiding from the cat? Is she chasing you? Yeah.
I love this cat.
Yeah, I can kind of understand. There's a little bit more action. Yeah, I see that. I get that.
Hi, baby. Sorry.
You make a bunch of noise over there.
I know. I'm having some chicharrones.
Oh, Dark Knight of the Scarecrows on Blu-ray. That I would get. I saw that on TV for the first time in the 80s, and I loved it. Loved it.
Have I seen that one? I feel like I've seen that one.
I think I'm in the minority for like Army more than the Evil Dead films. Well, yeah, Army of Darkness is great. I know Neko and I love that film a lot. In terms of like, that's actually more like action too, and you kind of lose a lot of the gore effects. But I mean, let's face it, Bruce Campbell is amazing. He does a great job with that character, and she and I actually liked the 2013 reboot of Evil Dead. I thought that was a great film. I know people kind of hate it and don't like it as much as in the other ones, but that was a little bit more scarier to me than the first one. The first one, I could see the effects were not as great as they are now, which isn't anybody's fault. That's just kind of the product of the time, but I kind of love the whole series. I'm not sure what they're going to do with the new one. I think it's called Evil Dead Rise. I don't know if you guys have heard that. That's being worked on right now. So early 2023, I think that's coming out.
Is it a show or is it a movie?
It's going to be a movie. Okay, Aaron's he's got internet issues, so I'll try to hold the fort here. Went back and bought DOA and Ever After, a great German zombie flick. I don't think I've heard. Well, DOA, is that the one? No, that's something else. I haven't heard of that. Oh, wait, DOA is the one that you were talking about. Okay. But the film was just incredibly insulting. I take the story and characters very seriously, and the film was so badly written and plotted. I'm trying to think of the film that it kind of reminds me of. I mean, I kind of get why it's problematic for people with disturbing behavior, but at the same time, I guess maybe I like the soundtrack. I don't know. There's some. It is definitely designed at the time for like more young adults, so you kind of lose your core horror fan base with some films like that sometimes because it's designed around a particular age group. So I kind of get that. Jack Frost had a production issue which has been corrected now. They have a replacement program for it. Jack Frost 2. I have not seen Wrecker, but Duel is amazing. Did you guys ever see the semi copycat film called Trucks that was sort of copying Maximum Overdrive? I always thought that was kind of funny. I was like, man, you guys aren't even hiding it, trying to like mimic that movie. Hey, Josephine. Aaron's got some technical issues right now, so he's going to be back soon, hopefully. So I'm kind of just talking with you guys and seeing the films that you like and any questions you may have for me. I'll try to answer them the best I can. I'm not quite the temple of knowledge that Aaron is, but some of you are, so that's cool. I'll learn some stuff from you as well. So we do love our movies, no doubt about it.
I have a cat banging on my lap.
You're not giving her any of those hot stuff,
No,
are
I'm
you?
not giving her any hot stuff.
Yeah.
I watched Joel a few weeks ago. Good stuff.
Yeah, Duel's a great movie. And I saw that by accident. I didn't even know it was Spielberg at the time. I think it was like some Saturday and it was on TV. And I was like, man, this is cool. And I was like, oh yeah, Steven Spielberg directed this. I'm like, wow, it's good shit. I like that.
I really miss like how they used to do that on the weekends on TV. It would be like you'd have the movie of the day and all. I mean, now we have all these channels, so you can.
Yeah, well, late in the 70s and 80s, you were relegated to only certain channels, and your cable options were much slimmed down. You didn't have the options you do now. I mean, man, it's crazy. You can watch
You can stream anything.
Anything. Like for us, we use a Roku a lot, so it's either Tubi or Hulu, but as far as like regular cable, we don't even really use that anymore.
Except for football.
Yeah, which we get through Hulu though. Yeah, everyone's collection is unique. That's true. I'm very picky with my movies these days. Like, even though if I had like $1 gazillion, I'd probably buy just about everything because I do love movies. But nowadays, I'm being a little more selective with what I'm choosing to buy. Even if I'm going back to like older stuff. So like a movie I don't know if you guys have seen, I'm sure you guys have, is called Dr. Giggles. I mean, I think that's a great horror film, but you don't hear too many people talking about it. And it took me a while to get it on DVD or on Blu-ray. I think I actually got it on now, but that movie's fun. I really love that film.
I think you have that on VHS.
Yeah, I have Dr. Giggles on VHS too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you have some favorite VHS? Oh, there's a similar releases. That I don't know because I'm not even sure if I own any Vinegar Syndrome. It's possible I do. I just don't always pay attention to who it's coming from because I usually order through Amazon. I know lately I've ordered a lot through Shout Factory, like Dog Soldiers. I got the updated version of that, as well as Suspiria. Hey!
Keep talking.
This is my show. What are you doing here?
Is he busted in?
I think I know what happened.
Actually. My shit. Did the cat mess with you there? Did it take you out? Yeah.
Yeah. She found a way to get up to that. So if I see her getting up there again, I got to run immediately. So if I run, it's because she's realized she can jump up on the counter. She's getting taller. And the counter is where the modem's at. And it's in a very precarious place right now. We have to get that fixed.
Yeah, that could be problematic for sure. Our cat's starting to go nuts. She's like running around, chirping everything. So
If I got locked,
luckily, there's nothing in the way. So.
So what were we talking about? I literally
Well, I was just, they were asking me if I had any VS movies, and I don't know if I actually own any Vinegar Syndrome releases. I might just by chance, but I know I shopped through a lot through like Shout Factory and stuff like that. But I was talking about Dr. Giggles, and that's one of my favorite films that no one really talks about too much. So it's kind of funny.
I have a huge love for Dr. Giggles. I saw it in theater back in the day, and the girl would go on to be in Charmed, right? It's the girl from Charmed.
Yep.
More sedative than the cat food.
And I'm trying to remember the guy's name. That's the main actor, but he was also in Dark Knight of the Scarecrow, and I really love him.
Larry Drake.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he's passed away. But he was really good in that, and also extremely good in. He was, I guess, where he got his most accolades was from the Law show that came out back then, L.A. Law.
Yeah.
He played, the character in that as well. But I have my drink, which is a Virgin Mojito, which is no alcohol, which I kind of wish I did have right now.
Yeah, I might have to get Neko to give me another beer.
But it's been. I'm carefully watching the cat. That's a lighter. You're gonna get high. I'm gonna get.
The MVD had a replacement program for Jack Frost 2. Might be on their site, but should be on their Facebook page. What do you mean by replacement program? What's that mean, Warlock?
There's an issue with the first disc.
Oh, okay.
But I think it was the director's cut edition of it. Hold on.
Definitely need a copy receipt to get a replacement. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, Holly Marie Combs. That's right. Yeah. Sorry, Dr. Giggles.
Liars. Another show I actually liked.
Which one?
Pretty Little Liars. Like the kind of.
Oh, I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
But I love any show that's got a mystery to it. I just finished. I was watching Wednesday and I binged it. You fell off. Not in a bad way. She's okay. She jumped and she thought she was going to be able to make it, but she wasn't.
Phantasm 2 is a great Home Alone with spheres. I love that film. I don't know why these guys busted my balls with that one. Come on.
Phantasm 2 is good. I mean, like, it doesn't
love that film.
But it's like Phantasm with a budget. Because none of the rest of Phantasm have any budget.
And it was funny because I remember not too long ago, I saw all of them except for that one, like on Tubi or something. And I might have asked you, like, why it is they didn't have it on there. But apparently there was something different with that release as opposed to the other ones in the series.
Yeah, that's it was actual studio release. So basically, when the studio was behind it, they made them recast the lead kid with James LaGrosse. And once he had once Don Coscarello was doing the movies again on his own without any studio backing or funding, he actually had the original kid come back for the other films. Though I did like James LaGrosse, I did a really good job. Mm-hmm. Much better choice than when they did Child's Play 3 and hey, let's use Justin Whalen as as grown up Andy. And I like Justin Whalen. It's just Justin Whalen replaced. Oh my God, you are a savage tonight. She's behind the computer right now, like literally.
Oh wait, is that the Bitburger?
No, it's the Hulk Brow.
I'll get the other one.
Okay.
Thank
wow, picky too.
Thank
you. And that's it. And I have to do this again, even though it's not working. I'm not going to shame you guys or anything like that. But I literally lost my internet tonight because of a kitty cat.
He needs better internet, guys. So send me your money.
Nobody loves the cat. Like one person left because just watch. Every time I put this up on the screen, we'll lose at least 1 or 2 people.
She's entertaining itself. That thing's a terror. You think ours is
He's
bad?
A terrorist.
Yeah.
He's adorable when she's adorable, but when
That's
she's a
the
terror, she's a
problem.
big terror.
Because they're so cute. She's really into the front bay window. She's up there staring at the window right now.
DJ, in honor of Thanksgiving, favorite family dinner scene in a movie. For me, oh man, put me on a spot there. Dinner scene in a movie. I don't know if it's even a dinner scene. In fact, I'm having a hard time remembering the name of the movie, but it's a recent one, and it caught me off guard a little bit because Jordana Brewster's in it, and
now I'm interested.
yeah, and I'm trying to remember the guy. Okay, so did you see This Is the End with Seth Rogen would film?
Yeah.
The guy that plays opposite him. He's a little bit comedian. I just can't remember his name.
Yeah.
No, not Franco. It's the other one, the main character in that. Either way, he directed and starred in this film with her, and it was like a horror slasher type thing going on. And they had a scene there at the end. She's been like disemboweled and killed and sitting at the table. It's almost like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre type scene. But
actually, what I was going to say when you said that? I said after he says his dinner scene, I'm going to say Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Well, yeah, that's usually the first one that pops in your head. It's like, okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
I love the one in Red Dragon when
is it?
Red Dragon's eating the brain.
Will finds out that
is it Red Dragon or is it Hannibal?
No, that's Red Dragon.
And Manhunter.
Manhunter is awesome. Love
but
that.
when he finds out that Hannibal's actually the one, and then he gets stabbed multiple times.
Oh yeah, The Crow. That's one of my favorite films, brother. Hell yeah. I just want him. The late great Brandon Lee.
Died on set like his dad.
So weird, isn't it? So weird.
I remember as a kid, there was like all these rumors going around at the time. If the internet went around, it would have been like 10 times worse. But like Bruce Lee is not really dead. He's actually gone into the woods. He's going to come out at a certain time.
Not Jonah Hill, Alan. It's Jay Baruchel, if I pronounce that right.
Oh, he's a really good. I like him a lot, actually.
Yeah, he actually, I think it was his story or his directing in that film, and he was in it. Let me see if I can pull up the film because for some reason I just drawn a blank.
For a dinner one, actually, I thought of it like go for something a little bit different. I remember. Have you ever seen Would You Rather?
No.
Jeffrey Combs. It's actually not bad. So it's kind of by numbers, but basically Jeffrey Combs plays this really rich guy, and the guy Robin Taylor, what's his name? The guy that played the Penguin in Gotham plays his son, and all these people desperately need money. So, and the lead actress, basically her brother has cancer, and she needs to get like this bone marrow transplant for him. So the thing is, you have to go into there and play Would You Rather. But it's a very vicious way of Would You Rather where only one person is going to get it alive. Mm-hmm. But it's fun. It's actually not it's fun. Yeah. It's a joyous ride. But no,
the film I was thinking of is called Random Acts of Violence.
I don't know if I've seen that.
It might be on Shudder, so if you get Shudder back over there, check it out. I think it's on there.
Oh, that's what the VPN is for, because you can't get Shudder here. Some other stuff.
Right.
Johnny Depp, Faye Dunaway, Lily Taylor, and Vincent Gallo eating spaghetti in Arizona Dream. Aaron is very scared of the Snake Man in Dreamscape. That thing is horrifying.
Oh, yeah. And isn't it David Patrick Kelly? Is that him?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's
I saw that in the theater. Yeah.
I had the movie too. I got about the Scream Factory edition.
Yeah. Good film.
And my better half also is like, she's like, I remember the movie that gave me nightmares too. There's two movies, like even though we're like different countries. So there's that one.
I can't remember. Is that before Nightmare on Elm Street? Because that's.
It might have been. I'm not sure. It was before or after. I think before.
Pretty close, yeah.
But I would say. I'm going to lock my cat somewhere. But I would say that one freaked me out, and there was another one that freaked me out too. But I can't remember right now because my cat is terrorizing me. And that's the there's the thing, guys. If you want my cat to stop terrorizing me,
Please,
He needs
please.
help him out.
He needs to be able to afford a cage to put that animal in.
I would not do that. I'd go on this. She totally has me wrapped around her finger. Like hints of that tonight too. Like she was
Well,
terrorizing.
Warlock said that earlier. He said, "Who owns who?"
Mm.
But really, when it comes to cats, they own us. Like,
Oh yeah.
we're
Like,
just here to serve them.
the way I see it basically is that they pick us. We don't pick them. It doesn't like we can go out and like get a cat if we want to, but if they don't like us or they don't want, but they have to like us. They adopt us.
Yep.
And she's definitely adopted me. So Beetlejuice.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Very good one. Good call.
I saw this like stupid article online, which drove me up the wall. And it was because Wednesday series came out and said, "Did Lydia from Beetlejuice, pave the way for Wednesday Addams to become a series?" And to answer that, fuck no. It didn't. Adam Fenn was long before. It was long before like Beetlejuice was a thing. And so was God.
What's that question?
Mm-hmm.
It's such a sucky, like, they'll make articles about anything. Like,
oh, yeah.
And as a guy that went to school for actual journalism, it drives me up the wall when I'll go online and I'll see somebody said, fans are saying they love this. And you open up the article and it's literally like 2 people tweeted. And 2 people tweeted, but you can't say 2 people tweeted because someone's going to open up that article. Like, fans are really excited about this character, this movie. No, that's 2 tweets from random people that online. Doesn't work that way. Anyway, that's my gripe with journalism. Stop making like articles about tweets. They're not real. Twitter's not going to exist anyway in a while. It's going to be a hellfire escape. And we'll all be gone somewhere else. Kind of like MySpace is forever. MySpace is forever. It's going to last forever. Yeah, but who uses MySpace? And then like Facebook.
Well, it is funny. People come back and they're like, "Yeah, I'm going back to MySpace." I'm like, "There's no one over there. It's a ghost town."
I can't even. I'm there apparently, but I don't remember my password and the email that I used back then. I no longer have. So I actually can't. Thank you, Josephine. I actually can't get into it. I now want to get into it because I got some old friends on there from from back in the day.
Yeah.
But I hate when like things change because there was one called My Yearbook, right? And it was kind of like cross between MySpace and Facebook. And I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. And so I was on it, and like I had friends on there, and all of a sudden turned it to a dating site. And I'm like, it's now useless to me. But Wednesday kind of had to look before that. Like, and if not Wednesday, I think Wednesday, like in the Addams Family, and also did, Morticia. But Nothing But Trouble. Didn't that one get an addition? Good. That's a good guess though. Nothing But Trouble was one of my youngest sister's favorite films back in the day. So I know that would excite her for sure. But just checking.
Yeah, my wife's having to chase the other cat. She's getting riled up, running up and down steps and everything else.
I'm hoping like by this point she's getting tired out. But I'm like,
ours is just getting started.
I have to tell him tomorrow that she's learned to jump up on the counter. And what that means that sooner or later, the kitchen counter where we have been putting things because she can't jump on the counter.
Yeah.
We are so screwed, man. We are so screwed.
For the love of animals, man. For the love of animals.
And Edward Gorey, too. Like aside from Addams Family, the Edward Gorey cartoons from back in the day would be.
Which does remind me, you spoke of Morticia. Wednesday, that Netflix series is good. I really liked it.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I'll be honest with you. It was easy to guess who it was, like super easy. But
I was down to 2 people, and kind of both were involved. But yeah.
Yeah, like I'm like, yeah, because without giving anything away, it was like the 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 red herrings were too red herringy.
Yeah.
But I did like the fact that she wasn't made to be too smart.
Right.
Like she was actually too smart for her own good, and that like she was so certain she was right that when she's wrong, she can't believe that she can be wrong.
Right.
And so it's a very different because we get so many characters in films now that are just like perfect. And I think, oh, I got it. Like watching, I'll watch Riverdale, but yes, I'm one of those people. But basically, like Betty, just she can catch serial killers. She's high school to catch serial killers. Wednesday is a character that's extremely smart, but she gets it wrong.
Right.
And I find it refreshing to actually see somebody in a lead like of a mystery series get it wrong for a change and need help. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's just my thoughts on it. I like that. Where did
Yeah.
Adam's family start? In the New Yorker, actually, I think.
Written by
Back in the day, it was actually written by a guy named Charles Adams.
Yep. That's what that
They're
guy said.
Gomez, of course, the lead character. I got to say, like the most real, like spot on Gomez from the comic strip is Louis Guzman. Like he's not as like attractive, of course, as Raul Julia, and not as out there as John Aston. But if you've ever looked at any of the comics, like cartoons from Adam's family, he looks just like Gomez from the cartoons.
I think they're wrong for that.
Have I ever watched One Piece? No. Have not.
It's anime. With
Oh, it's an anime? Okay. Is
movies you'd like
it
to see
streaming
up
anywhere?
4K. Pin is one of the movies I've wanted to get a decent release. It hasn't got anything over a DVD release, and I'm sure you guys know Pin, right? It's a thriller, and basically, there's a brother and sister, and their father's a doctor, and he has this anatomically correct, like one of those see-through anatomically correct dummies in his office. So whenever he wants to tell his kids, like give them a life lesson, he brings them into his office when there's something wrong, and he's a ventriloquist. So he throws his voice, and he's like, and Pin will tell them what they did wrong. So the doctor character is played by Terry O'Quinn from Stepfather and Lost. And the really neat thing about this is that the parents die at the beginning of the film, so the brother and sister are kind of on their own, and the brother has kept Pin.
Is this like just so I'm clarifying, is this a dummy that sits in a window or something?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, yeah, I've seen this pretty recently too. Okay.
Based on Andrew Niederman. Yeah, Andrew Niederman is a Canadian author who, when V.C. Andrews passed away, he took over writing V.C. Andrews books under her name. But definitely, I would love to see Pin get a release because it hasn't got anything since its DVD release. So it hasn't even got a Blu-ray release. I forgot Tim Curry played Gomez Adams, actually. But yeah, he did. I've seen Delta Space Mission. Is that the cartoon one? I think I have, but if my better half was here, Charlie, she would know it because she's a huge anime fan. Like she grew up with anime. As I grew up with a lot of the Hanna-Barbera and stuff like that, and anime came later for me, like the Robotech when I was in high school, and a lot of the bigger anime when I went to college. For the anime stuff, my better half, like here in Morocco, anime was really cheap to buy, right? So they had a programming block, where they had 2.5 hours, and it was all anime stuff. So Mazinger, if you know that type of stuff, and Delta Space Mission, all that type of stuff, they would have had that. They would have had that out there. Delta Space Mission is from one of the partner labels, right? I don't know. My better half, I wish she was here, but she's asleep right now because it's 3:30 in the morning here. But Battle of the Planets, yeah, there you go. But she would know it a lot better. She knows all the anime. She's a massive fan. There's a Mazinger, it's a big mech figure type character, and it's around $250, but it's in France, and over there it's called Goldorak. that she wants so bad. Like she has a small, like 12-inch one that was like, I think it was around 100, 150, something like that. They're really expensive. So if you're into it, it costs a bit of money. But yeah, I know it, but I don't remember it. So that's my long answer for a short question.
Battle of the Planets. Yes, I love that.
Star Blazers too. I got a Star Blazer set if it ever gets here. They told us that our stuff is supposed to ship out on the 20th of November, but we haven't heard back from them since they told us stuff was supposed to ship out. So hopefully we're emailing them tomorrow, the shipping company, them to confirm that it's shipped out, because I am going to Canada really soon, and if it hasn't shipped out, I'm going to go walking tall on their ass. So yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on, like, right now. That if they don't ship my stuff out soon, I'm going to go there with a big stick, and they are going to ship it out. That's this is the true Aaron behind the scenes. This is the thug life. True Lies 4K. True Lies still doesn't have a 4K. That surprises me, actually.
Yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis, that scene in 4K.
I know which one you're talking about.
He's still my beating heart. And she's gone to sleep. After terrorizing me for almost 2 hours of this video.
See, it's kind of funny. Our cat talks a lot, so when she goes quiet, that's when we start to get fearful the most.
Yeah, I don't know what she's doing. She got quiet. I think she's looking out the window upstairs.
God.
Well, I was upstairs a few days ago, and my better half was in France at the time. So we had TV upstairs, and I was watching Clerks 3. And I'm like, okay, she's being quiet. That's really good. And I get 10 minutes in Clerks 3, and I hear this crash. So I run downstairs. And I don't put on my shoes or anything like that. I just come in downstairs because did she hurt herself? Did she knock something over? Is my new TV gone? So I come down. I see her right in the corner, and nothing looks to be wrong. I turn around, and I start to walk back, and then I see it. Glass things, ashtray we had there is shattered. Not like broken, but shattered. So like there's splintered pieces all over the place. So I scoop her up, bring her into the washroom because, I'll make sure she's okay. I'm going to go get my boots because obviously. And I text him because I'm like, do we have any, we have a maid that comes in twice a week. So do we actually have any of that like stuff here? Luckily we did have like a broom, no dustpan. So I had to get like some paper and spent around like 45, 50 minutes actually trying to get everything up. Speed Racer. I love Speed Racer. Speed Racer. I was a huge fan.
I think they're going to remake Arachnophobia.
Are they really?
Yeah, that's what I heard, yeah.
Honestly, I would be okay with it. I'm not a big like spider fan. I went to Arachnophobia in theater, which was stupid because I'm arachnophobic. But it was a date, and I was in college. So
I think I had to see it at a drive-in. So yeah, it was a date.
That's the thing. If I say something and it's like incredibly and it's around college time for Aaron or like high school time, and it's something that I did that was incredibly stupid, then there's usually it was a date or I was trying to impress a girl. That's usually how those stories start. So my better half knows that by now that like if I said, well, I did something really stupid, she had said, who are you trying to impress? Back then, and I'm like, yeah, I was. That's why I wore the eye patch. But I don't know. Yeah, I can see 4K for arachnophobia coming. I can see like Scream Factory, someone doing like arachnophobia. Final guesses for the Vincent secret releases. Okay, let's do that. Everybody in the chat will guess as well. I'm gonna say Fatal Pulse and blank. And for the VSAs, I'm gonna say El Santo versus Dr. Death and blank.
How do you come up with your guesses? Do they give out hints? Is that what that is?
Yep. So basically, to give you an idea of the hints that I'm giving out so far, the hints were given out on the last email. This is what was said. Let's see. Acting. Brilliant. Okay. Oh yeah. I do have 6 surprise titles will at last be unveiled the moment the sale goes live. The ferocious coupling of gore guts, literally and figuratively, and excitement mark the ultimate editions of both films, which come from opposite ends of the spectrum, but share a common trait between their directors. With one film, a cheerfully bloody, low-budget slasher with strong Giallo sensibilities, and the other, a big-budget hit, which we've restored to its complete director's cut. Definitely a cinematic high mark for its A-list cast, which I think is sarcasm, actually. And not to be outdone, our equally mysterious set of VSA titles will be revealed and available, with one being the oldest film to thus far grace that VSA banner, and the other a continuation of the VSA trends you demanded. Both are guaranteed to thrill and excite. And they did mention comic books as one of the serious hints. So whether that's just going to mean like the New York Ninja comic and the variant covers, or if there's anything more, I'm not quite sure. What do you think?
How does Vinegar Syndrome determine what they're going to release? Like, so do they have to go out and buy rights to some of the stuff before they release it, or how's that work?
Oh yeah, like so basically, like any company like Vinegar Syndrome or Scream Factory, there's an acquisition guys to do it. So I know they worked with MGM recently. I know the guys own the MGM titles. That's why we're seeing like stuff in Anvil coming out in Death Wish 2 and Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, that type of stuff. So usually the way that it works when you acquire a film, you don't acquire one film. What happens most of the time is you're acquiring a bunch of films. And you'll have you'll have your keys that you really want to get, and amongst it you'll have like maybe a couple that's they'll put out eventually type of thing. But so it'll be interesting to see what's coming out. And I know there's a lot of things. People were guessing Cheerleader Camp first for the slasher film because when it's Southern California, it's a slasher film. It hits a lot of the things, but it's not sleazy. Not really anyway. And I would kill for Cheerleader Camp to come out. And it's only had a DVD release too. And it's but it's made in Southern California, so that it fits there. And the other one is like the one that I think that's a mystery to everybody is that like what's this title that has the A-list cast in it, and about apparently they were putting it whatever this release was, they were getting it ready. And then they found extra elements which let them put out a director's cut of this film. So whatever this film was had a director's cut that wasn't available before, which changed the release and let them put out a director's cut version of the film as well. So that's what makes this one really kind of intriguing for people right now, because most of the things that's been guessed have titles that have already come out. And this is supposed to be something hasn't been on Blu-ray before, or hasn't seen a 4K release, hasn't seen a Blu-ray release. So that like takes a lot of things. So obviously it's not Showgirls, it's not Caligula. Those have gotten really good releases. Heaven Help Us. I forgot about that. I love Heaven Help Us. Have you seen Heaven Help Us?
I don't think so. I've heard of it obviously, but I don't think I've seen it.
It's like a Mad magazine like produced it, and it was fun. There's a few that like Making the Grade with Judd Nelson. That's not going to be it. Heaven Help Us is along like Making the Grade, where I don't think it will be it, because aside from My Chauffeur, I really haven't seen like Vinegar Syndrome kind of dive into that territory. Morgan says Fatal Pulse, Cheerleader Camp, Out of the Dark would be great. Out of the Dark's the one with the clown mask, right? If that's what I'm thinking about, it's got like the clown like face on the cover in the. Because I remember that one. But everybody said any other one.
Clowns scare you, Nico?
Clowns freak me the freak out. Like clowns. And like you have spiders, which also freaks me out, because I would be like, and the thing that makes it worse is when I was in high school, I was dating this girl, and all my stories start like this, and she knew I had arachnophobia, and her brother had tarantula. So we're studying, and I fell asleep, on the.
I already know where this is going.
She decided she was going to get rid of my arachnophobia.
Oh no.
And yeah, so you know exactly what she did, right? She took the tarantula from brother's room, brought him in, put him on my chest. It did not get rid of my arachnophobia. It made it worse. And that poor little guy flew. He was okay.
Oh, no.
It was okay. It was okay. Don't worry. But I woke up all of a sudden with the tarantula like kind of staring at me, and like, oh shit.
Well, there was a moment probably about 15 years ago. Neko and I, we went to Philadelphia. They have this thing they do every Halloween called the Field of Screams.
Oh my god.
And they have different things you can do, like the haunted hayride and then like the fun house. And so we go to this fun house, and of course you got the strobe lights and the crazy floors, and she's in front of me. So we're coming around this bend, and apparently I have these secret little doors where these guys dressed up in clown suits, almost kind of like Killer Clowns from Outer Space type stuff, right? So this guy comes out, and like I see him, so he's not really going to scare me. So I immediately do. I motion to him about her. So he gets behind her, and she's reaching back to get my hand, and of course he's got this big old clown paw, right? So she grabs that, and then she turns around and she screams so loud, but then like she started beating the guy up. And he's trying to laugh because he thought it was funny, but she's like livid. She's like, she's like, she's not a flight type of girl. She's a fighter. So she will like fight back, But it was the funniest thing I'd ever done and seen. It was just so amazing. She didn't think it was funny, but I did.
But yeah. Well, it sounds funny now too, but I'm exactly the same way. Where basically, I didn't want to go to haunted houses for years because I said if somebody jumps out, there's a good chance I'm accidentally going to punch them. So because it's instinct, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's what like the spider, like it's the instinct. You're like, oh crap, like get off me.
But as Warlock said here, and I want to highlight this because Makeflix actually retweeted this out. Makeflix are having a big sale as well. We will be looking at the Makeflix sale too, Warlock. They got 3 new titles coming out, and they got I'm excited about, like 2 of them I know. I don't know the Killer Nerd duology, so I don't know those titles, the Killer Nerd films. But I do know the other titles. Those I'm kind of excited about.
I also don't like ventriloquist dummies. Remember we were watching some ventriloquist dummy movie, and I was like,
You talking about magic?
I think it was, we watched 2 ventriloquist dummy movies, and I'm like, I would fucking punt that little motherfucker out the window.
Yeah, that's usually like, I think there was an episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer with the little dummy peeking underneath the doorway.
No, it wasn't Buffy. It was something that was on HBO or Showtime a long time ago. It was one of those little anthology shows where it was like this thing, and this ventriloquist dummy was chasing this woman around, and she went into the bathroom and locked herself, and then she peeked underneath the fucking door crack, and the thing was looking back at her. And I was really little when I saw this, so it kind of scared me for life.
I kind of want to. God, I should know this film because it sounds really fun. Ventriloquist dummies are weird. That's like my older sister was so younger than me. I'm the oldest in my out of my siblings. When I used to go visit, like sometimes, like she'd be gone, I'd stay in a room. I was in college, and she had like all these porcelain dolls. So it looked like a set of a horror film. So I'd be like, every time I would go down, like I would visit on the weekend, I just like try to get as many porcelain dolls out as I possibly could of the room before I went to sleep. There'd always be one that I wouldn't find, or as I like to say, came back in to haunt my dreams. It was all Annabelling me.
Yeah, I think Tourist Trap kind of did that for me.
Oh, that's a brilliant ass scene in that film. Like that is really, it's scary as hell.
It's horrifying. Horrifying.
And it makes like not a lot of sense for the rest of the film.
Right.
Like it's like the Argento scenes, right? Where we mentioned we're coming full circle here, guys. Where basically, it's a really scary scene. Makes really little sense with the rest of the film, but you're still creeped out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, tourist trap's at the beginning, so it sets the mood. So it puts you on ease when it comes to the film. And I actually found a mask in Tourist Trap to be a bit freaky too,
Oh, yeah.
especially the cover, because I had the DVD of Tourist Trap, and upgraded to the Blu-ray. I kept my DVD, and I'm glad I did because the Blu-ray was a cut version of it. So the commentary's not. So the guy's talking, the director's talking on the commentary about something that we can't see in the film if you only get the Blu-ray. But Tourist Trap's really, really a fun film, really good film, guys. And Tanya Roberts, a young Tanya Roberts in that film.
Yeah.
Drew Customer's just one, he should be easy to identify the movie. You would think so. Yeah, there's a David Sterling box coming out. As well. So for those that like the David Sterling stuff, for those who don't kind of remember the name David Sterling, think of Camp Blood. He did the whole series of Camp Blood stuff in the Axe Grinder films, stuff like that. Do you remember a movie called Scream Time?
Sounds familiar.
So it's like this British anthology one, and there's like a sequence with a Punch and Judy, like puppets. And, yeah, like the punch puppet like kills the guy. It's like
it's called Dolls, right?
No. That's you're thinking of like that's the Charles Band one. That's like the whole movie's a bit like the Dolls. No, this is just one sequence of the film. Scream has like this like girl, I think, if I remember correctly, it has a white nightgown and she's like screaming, kind of on the cover. But definitely like a good one. And yeah, guys. Makeflix is not like a big company, or like not even as big as like some of the companies like Severin or Vinegar Syndrome. This is correct me if I'm wrong, J.R. Bookwater, the filmmaker, and he's a lot of like shot on video stuff, a lot of different stuff. To give you an idea of some of the stuff that they have, I'll actually put it on the screen here.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Bless you, child.
And we'll should be able to see it in 1, 2. Why am I not seeing this? Oh, maybe I got to. Let's see if I got to do this again. Do I have to put the share screen again?
There you go.
There, yeah. Since I lost my internet for no particular reason.
Is that Daniel?
Have you ever bought anything from these guys?
No. So it's good because every time I get on your channel, like I learn about new places I can go to that pisses off Neko.
Well, this isn't like, yeah, she's gonna hate me. That's it. But we got like some different stuff here, like, and they even do like old. They even put out some VHS and stuff like that, which is kind of cool for like the old school fans. And some different stuff here. They have great covers. Dead Next Door, which is J.R. Bookwater's film. This is how it kind of got started, was with this one. And he's done a few different editions of this. This is the slipcover right there from $5 for a slipcover alone. You can buy like the thing. It'll have someone's like unlisted owner. But this one kind of interests me, the Mark Baranowski's American Giallo collection. I know jack shit about it, but it looks interesting. And a lot of these here, a lot of the films that they do, like there'll be there's Where from the Girls' Dormitory, initial edition, Jacko. They did like they'll do like limited edition slipcovers, and there'll be ones that are what's the best word for it that I want to use? That'll be like that'll be autographed.
Yeah, I got one when I got that Bridget Leahy stuff. She signed one of the covers for me.
Don't you just love that?
Yeah, I love that stuff.
Black Friday. Let's just see what they're saying here. So they got some here like right now, right, like $9.99 Blu-rays and DVDs. So let's check these out here, see what they got here. So we got Axe Grinder here, and Axe Grinder 3, Axe Grinder 4. These are David Sterling titles. This one's right here. Axe Grinder 5. Got to get all those Axe Grinder titles. This is one that I would actually kind of like to have. Some of these are, they did these like Bad Movie Police, where they have like a few movies on there. Bad Movie Police kind of introduce it and type of thing.
Right.
And they get like titles that, are just so insane. You got to love, like Camp Blood 8, Chick Boxer. That's the title. Claw 2, Blood Legacy, Children of Camp Blood. Have you ever seen the Camp Blood movie?
No, but I've seen them on Tubi or some of those other
like
horror channels. They got like all of them on there and stuff like that.
like they're worth checking out. Like David Sterling right now is 20% off box set. So they have like, if you want to get all the Camp Blood movies, then like basically
Box set.
Camp Blood's $109, but you can get the set for 20% off that. So that'll be one of the. This is kind of neat too. The Claw Killer bundle. Like it's cheesy and stuff, but I love me the cheese. Because they have put out some really good stuff. Even like Jared Bookwater put out a book as well, right? And in the I thought I'd gone again. I couldn't hear anything, so I thought, oh my god, am I gone again?
No, you're good. You're good.
But exactly like Fred Olin Ray's retro media stuff, which a lot of us like back in the day would buy like a lot of this stuff. That's where the good old Marvelous Mervo stuff came out for the for Blood Harvest. Initially was on retro media. So there's like a big Camp Blood edition. There's just like, if you want to just get them all on Blu-ray, like then they're fun. They're not, I wouldn't say they're good films, but they're fun films. Now the retro media stuff is probably they'll have some decent stuff here. Angel Eyes. I had this on DVD because I do. Look at the movie. Look at this cover.
Oh, Monique Gabrielle.
Yeah. So like we've been saying, we need more of the erotic cinema stuff come out. Well, here you go, right here.
Bikini Jones.
Now these will be on like probably a bit more on sale once the big sale starts. Bikini Frankenstein. And who doesn't want a Frankenstein like in a bikini? Like that's what everybody's thinking. Like Frankenstein is good, but it'd be a little bit better if maybe Frankenstein was in a bikini. But I'm not sure. I've never seen Peter Cushing in a bikini, so you never know. Cosmic Calendar Girls. Deadly Pickup. Obviously you're looking at the car right there during that cover. Model for Murder, like double feature. We got a good old John Saxon here, and like Death House and Night Terror. Dinosaur Island. I remember this movie, actually, Roger Corman film. Evil Spawn. I actually like that one. Evil Tunes. So, have you ever seen Evil Tunes? I'm pretty sure you have, right?
Is it Carradine? Yeah.
Yes, it is. But I know this because when I was younger, my evil twin used to watch adult films. And one of the actresses in them was an actress by the name of Madison. And, of course, I didn't know. But because, I would never watch that. But there she is right there on the cover. So Madison, the adult actress, is in the film.
Huh.
I found out from other people.
Sure you did.
Yeah. You got that one.
Hey, Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers.
Yeah, Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers. The guy's right there. And they initially had like an autograph version of this too. So when the sale goes live, guys, when the full sale goes live for Makeflix, the thing to know is that there's going to be 3 titles, limited edition titles, and all 3 of them are going to have the limited edition slipcovers. All 3 of them will have autographs. So if you don't want to raise autograph, you want Monique Gabrielle's autograph, that's going to be available. And they're not expensive either. I think the highest price one is like $30. Which for like a Blu-ray, with a bunch of features on it and an autograph, it's nothing, man. Spydora, an 8-leg love story. Aaron, never watching that one.
I'd check that out.
Lolita from Interstellar Space. That's a film. Sorry the Vampires is actually a really good film. That's a Spanish vampire film. So is Terror in the Crypt, which we've seen in the Christopher Lee. The Vault of Christopher Lee set.
Good night, Josephine.
Oh, what's that Peter Lorre movie? Actually, I'll check for you right now. I have like Haunting Fear. Haunting Fear is really good, actually. Peter Lorre. Which one was it? I'm looking for the Peter Lorre one right now. I see Boris Karloff, Bela Lugosi, Mysterious Mr. Wong. I don't see the Peter Lorre one. Unless I passed it. But they have a bunch of these older titles too, like the Scalps is there, which is actually not a bad title. Not great. I like it. If you're from the UK, 88 Films put this out in the Schlasser Classics collection as well.
I think that was on Tubi not too long ago. I think I watched it, but I don't remember it.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm not going to say it's great, but it's okay. I got but I was disappointed because I got Scalps and God, what's the other movie? Just Before Dawn, mixed up, and like
Oh,
so that's a big disappointment if you're expecting Just Before
yeah.
Dawn Scalps.
Just Before Dawn's really good.
And this stuff here is going to be like $5 more off. It's like titles. We have Bloodletting here, Shock Cinema, which was kind of cool. And so it was only $4.99. That one was $25. And they did have a slipcover edition of that one as well. Well, they still do, but don't have the autograph anymore, I don't think. So I love this one here. It's I think Spring Stevens, right?
Looks like
Yeah,
it.
Spring Stevens.
Yeah.
I think there's two of these. There's Shock Cinema, there's Shock Cinema 2. And it is like a lot of the like interviews and stuff like that. Oh, both of them are put here together. So volumes 1 and 2 restored from the original like video edited masters. Like there's a signature edition. So an incredible amount of stuff. So I really like Makeflix. I don't think people talk about them enough. I've heard Heath on Sort of Midnight talk about him. He actually had Jerry Brookwater. He interviewed him on this channel, which was a really good interview. And I definitely recommend their stuff. It's cool. If you like the Shannon video stuff, this is going to be like fun stuff for you. If you like the regional horror stuff, you're probably going to like some of this stuff. If you're expecting it to be like super polished, like cinema, then that's not what this is.
Right.
But it's fun. It's a lot of this is fun, and a lot of heart goes into this stuff. Outlet Swing. Okay, there you go. Haunting Fear, again, that's actually one of the probably more polished ones when it comes to that. Bloodletting, I remember seeing versions of that back in the when Mill Creek used to do those 50 box sets. Remember those 50 movie box set days? Like that's the thing, fun, cheap, and deserving to be
Yeah, I
preserved.
was gonna say that's a good way to put it right there.
So Morgan wants to pick up Killer Witch Academy and the Killer Nerd Duology from Makeflix. So Witch Academy is coming out. That's the one with Michelle Bauer. It's going to have Robert Vaughn, Priscilla Barnes, if anybody remembers like Three's Company, and I guess the second House of 1,000 Corpses movie, Devil's Reject. She's in that too. But Priscilla Barnes is in it. Michelle Bauer's in it. She actually autographed the slipcase for it. So if you want to get a Michelle Bauer's autograph and get a pretty cool title, Witch Academy is kind of fun. Killer Nerd, Morgan, I actually need a recommendation on that one because I don't think I've seen it. So that one I don't remember so well, but I know that the guy that stars in it, I think he's a writer, director, star, like does the autograph for it. And there's like a 10 by 13 poster included as well. So they put a lot of work into the stuff that they do. And these are films that otherwise wouldn't get like the love that they're getting. And what I find that really neat right now is that there's so many like, we got to the point where it's not movies that are going to your local Walmart or your local like Best Buy. You have these companies here like Makeflix and that are taking stuff that would never get a special edition, and all of a sudden, like you're getting editions, like really cool editions of films that would get lost. Like I mentioned Abominable for MVD Rerun, that had a lot of big stars in it, and that one almost got lost. So can you imagine a film that has like no real stars at the time in it? And some of these people may become bigger later on, type of thing. But that's kind of the idea, is that they put out stuff that nobody's putting out, nobody's giving love to. And Warlock's right. If you get the newsletter, I have the newsletter come to me. So when the 3 titles were announced, the Witch Academy and Killer Nerd Duology, and I think the other one is, what's it, Alien Dead? I can't remember the title specifically right now. Then I found out ahead of time, and I talked about that there's 3 titles coming out on the channel, but because they weren't announced like officially, I didn't want to like say what they were at the time. But anybody that got the newsletter knew ahead of time what the titles were going to be, and they had a 24-hour window to order and get those titles because they're limited edition titles before anybody else. So if as long as you got the newsletter, then they gave you a link. You went into the link. You're able to go in and get the titles before anybody, which is really cool. And definitely like big props to Makeflix for doing stuff that a lot of people like would probably forget about. And they're fun. They're fun little titles. Like not everything's for everybody, but like David Sterling is a guy. Like if you go on Facebook, message him. He'll message you back. Like, I can tell you that from from personal experience. And he's really friendly too. But the fact that he's got a place now to bring this stuff, kind of like, Vinegar Syndrome, they did the partner labels. And now there's other companies that may have not got the exposure before that they're getting because they're on Vinegar Syndrome. It's like a website. So Makeflix has done some of that. They put Retro Media under there. They put like David Sterling under there. And so it's getting other kind of smaller, low budget companies exposure that they wouldn't necessarily have. And if you don't know about them before and you've seen the Makeflix thing, then okay, you know it now. Before you might, okay, you may have randomly seen a Camp Blood movie, you just checked it on Tubi and said, well, I wouldn't mind just checking those out or owning them, but have no way to know because you're not going to go onto your local Amazon most of the time and find it. Their shipping is fast too. So there we go. So we don't just type with the big guys here, like Vinegar Syndrome and like Severin. It's nice to check into some of the companies that do some different, unique stuff as well. But I guess at this point, because we should probably look at we should probably take a look into what's going on tonight. So, and because my voice is gone, and we're going to do that, so I thought I'd keep my voice. But because we have the Vinegar Syndrome, and right here we know Invisible Maniac is coming. That's the one I keep forgetting. Burning Paradise. So that one's coming as well. We got the 4K of Roadhouse. That's a VSU release, guys. So that's going to be one of those like magnetic boxes. Have you ever got any of the VSUs?
So what is the VSUs?
So it's been Beastmaster and 6-String Samurai. And what was the third one? I know Cloak and Dagger. And they all basically come with a slipcase and a booklet. And they're inside a magnetic box, an illustrated magnetic box with a magnetic like clasp and a ribbon. And they're kind of thick. They're really nice looking.
No, I don't have any of that, but Beastmaster, man, was a great movie, so that'd be kind of cool.
That was the one they started with, Beastmaster. I'm a huge Coscarelli fan, as you know. So when they put a Beastmaster, I had to have it right away. Yeah. So I've got every VSU so far, but Roadhouse is the newest VSU. And I do want to get it, but I don't think I can get it today, especially because, I'm going to say it right now. Nobody's biting.
Oh,
you guys, you're making me sad. Just saying it right now. You just gonna make Aaron cry a bit. Just.
You're gonna make Aaron a sad clown. Come on.
Yeah. Okay, where's that? I forgot to cry. Okay, so we got. Oh my God, I can't fake it.
Where's Sarah McLachlan when you need her? God damn it.
Damn it, man. I'm supposed to be an actor. I should be doing better than this. Homegrown Horrors Volume 2 is coming out. That is regional horror films. All three of these are going to be slasher films, so that'll be interesting to check out. And the 3 titles that are coming up for the Homegrown Horrors set, and I'll bring them up right here again, is Moonstalker, Dead Girls, and Hanging Heart. Those are the 3 for the Homegrown Horrors set. They'll also have of course, the 2 secret titles. One of which I think is going to be Fatal Pulse, but I hope it's open. 2 new VSA releases, one which I'm pretty sure is going to be El Santo versus Dr. Death. 4 new catalog slips, 2 of which will be new catalog slips, and 2 of which will be variant slips for releases that had slips before, but these are variant slips with a comic book theme to them, chosen by the artist that did the exclusive New York Ninja variant cover. There'll be new merch, like new T-shirts, clothing, stuff. A lot of their merch goes really fast, so you make sure you check that out. And it's going to be happening at 12:01 Eastern Standard Time. So we'll be here for that. That'll be on to the they'll be on the Patreon channel. So all the patrons, remember to go over there when we do that. When it comes to Severin, then this is where it gets a little bit more longer and fancier. So I am going to let you. Do you have this everything up there?
Bundles. Sale starts Friday, midnight.
So I had to just run for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
You can take over for the start looking at the Severin stuff.
All right.
I shall return, and it's not kitty related this time. I just need to pound the kettle.
Potty break.
Yep, that too.
Let's take a look. What has Severin got for us? Da, 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 da. All right. 50% off. That's always good. Definitely. Let's see. See, I got Faithless recently. That's the one. And Female Executioner. We watched that, Neko and I.
Which one?
Faceless and the Female Executioner, those Bridget Leahy films that we got from the bundle package.
Good.
Yeah. I think I've seen Mansion of the Living Dead. I don't know, though. My Grandpa is a Vampire. I've never seen it.
That sounds funny.
Yeah. The Changeling, that's like a classic. And some of these other ones. Tales to Keep You Awake, haven't seen. All About Evil, I don't know if I've seen that one. Dracula versus Frankenstein, Double Target, Born to Fight, and Cop Game. You guys familiar with those films? And they're all box bundles.
Wait a minute. So how does that like? Because are the box sets 50% off too?
I would assume. Let's see. The following will be excluded. Okay, so the releases from the past 6 months. So the ones I just listed won't be included in the 50% off sale, but they are going to give you 50% off some of the other box sets and bundles. So they have a limited edition convention stock. This includes limited releases such as Blood on Satan's Claw, great film, The Beast in His Cellar, Skinner with the LE slipcover, Revenge of the Living Dead Girls, Caligula, No Way Home, Anenigma, I've seen that. That's pretty cool. Demonia, Shining Sex, and Mardi Gras Massacre. Those are limited editions, so. There he is.
So I have a question for like all the horror fans that are on here. It's kind of like a metal question too. So you know how we and a lot of metal fans, you know, you have your vest and you collect patches. I was just wondering if, you know, there are so many horror patches out there too. If horror fans are doing that with vests or, you know, book bags, jean jackets, or whatever.
So basically, she's asking if you have any kind of jackets or vests where you take patches from your favorite horror films or horror in general, and you create these vests that you go to Comic-Cons with and stuff like that. So that's what she's asking.
That's a great question.
A lot of bands now, you know, anytime we go to the merch table, they all have their own patches. Like right behind DJ Anubis, you see that Overkill. That's actually a giant back patch.
Yeah,
and
I have.
We've got a ton of patches we have to put on some of his vests too.
Yeah, it's like I get like Metalhead boxes every month, and like this one is kind of like a zombie with a pumpkin, and you know, it's just kind of cool. So this is actually a keychain.
I would put it on there though. We could take the keychain part out if you want.
Yeah, I could. But yeah, I just wondered through her question, like if there's people out there that take like any kind of like Halloween or, you know, your favorite movies, if they make patches or anything, I'd put them on vests.
It's a way
I think that's a great untapped market, actually, because the pins, the enamel pins. I think for a lot of horror fans, that's the patch for horror fans, because I know a lot of people in conventions will have a lot of the pins put on like their jackets and backpacks and stuff like that. Severin puts out a lot of these like enamel pins. They're getting up their Hall of Fame series. But it'll be really neat because that could be like not a super expensive thing to do too, is to put out patches for films, and it's a way to market or to remarket and cross market like older titles as well. Can you imagine like a Jess Franco patch? Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think I've actually seen a guy with one, like a big backpack with like metal, but the back main patch was like Jess Franco, something like that. So I've probably seen stuff like that.
And it's cool. It's a cool way. I mean, like we've seen like them like do slip covers and 4Ks. I think is a new slip cover, to be honest with you. And we're seeing like the enamel pins and books and stuff like that come out, like going towards like the kind of the 70s S style patch, which is super big in the metal community and kind of in the punk community as well. I would love to see that. That would be amazing. Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre patches. Like I've seen like patches in stores and like record shops and stuff like that with horror stuff on it. But to actually see some of the companies like Vinegar Syndrome or Severin or Makeflix or Imprint or something like that, actually like putting that among the merch would be incredible.
Good call, Jerry. Yep, exactly. Hold on one sec. I'll be right back.
Uh-oh, here she comes.
Oh, hi.
Somebody knows his stuff.
Yes, he does.
Your turn for a washroom break?
No, he's coming or he's getting one of his vests or both.
Oh, cool. Let's see. Yeah.
So this all kind of so I don't want to scream because you have people, but like this all kind of started years ago, and I found an old jean jacket for him, and I cut the sleeves off to make a vest, and he has a black one and just a denim color one, and he has enamel pins too, but like this is for bands, but like it would be really cool because think about all like how gory and cool horror movies are. You could have some really like gnarly looking patches to represent, I mean, that's my cat. I would love a Silence of the Lamb patch, and it would just be like precious because I love that dog, and I will have Bichon Frise in my life. All right, here he comes. He's going to show you his.
Well, it was kind of funny because.
Hi, sweetheart.
So I don't know how much you can see, but so the regular like
that was cool.
Regular like metal patches, but the one that I get people always come up to me about is one that's not even really metal related, and it's this cat one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so people do that where they kind of like. I even have like another vest where I don't know if anybody's seen the show Mr. Pickles. It's an animated series about metal and a dog that's possessed and dealing with the devil or whatever. But
it's hysterical.
Yeah, it's just. But you see fans all the time, and they have their vest and they put all sorts of stuff. So if they're into like horror films, they might actually put stuff like that on along with the metal bands and stuff. So it's kind of a cool thing that's going on.
Do you remember Intruder, the movie Intruder? Well,
Intruder, yeah.
Can you imagine like Intruder with remember the bandsaw? Like one of those, like
or like I usually like because I know Cancer, like one of their earlier albums, they used like the zombie from Dawn of the Dead, that guy's head cut off, in the middle, so it's kind of cool.
Or Shark versus Zombie patch.
Right.
That's an untapped market.
Yeah.
There you go. So if you can make patches, Nico, there you go. That's an untapped market.
I wonder how hard that would be to like. I mean, the older films might be easier, but
I don't know. Well, I'm sure that you've been to like horror cons, right, Aaron?
Yeah.
So do they sell things like patches and stuff there for that kind of stuff?
I mean, like I normally was like I was to like a lot of Comic Cons and they have like horror conventions like with it, but I was mostly in a lot of the T-shirt and the movie like section of it. Now I know that a lot of like my record shops like sell patches not just the records, but of like there's Friday 13th patches, there's like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre patches, stuff like that. I'm surprised that that's something that hasn't caught on more yet, because I could see that doing well, Like
Right.
there's a strong flexibility there when it comes to that aspect. And that's a nice rabbit hole to go down. I'll be honest with you. That's like when I think like, merchandise. Haha, there you go.
Right.
Like,
Right.
that's a great idea. Because I remember back in this is going to date myself. I remember back when they had like you buy your white T-shirt and you could send away to get like iron-on decals for your
Mhm.
shirts.
Yeah, I
Of,
remember
like,
that.
bands and actors and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm a little older, so I remember that. But and I still miss those days. Like after a while they would like crap out, but still they were so
Right.
clean.
They weren't really well made.
No, they were not at all. That's like the first band that I ever got a jacket of. Because you go to the concerts, you get like the band jackets. My aunt, who was just a couple years older than me, she went to a. This is not metal, so you're gonna be, but it's a Def Leppard concert, and so she got me this Def Leppard jacket, and it had like the Def Leppard like logo for the concert for the tour at the time, and it had all the tour dates on the back, and it was freaking awesome. It was one of those things where I was so proud, and I literally wore it to death, to the point where like you could barely see anything on there. And like after a few, I made a mistake if somebody like took it and said, "Oh, I'll just wash this," right? And they washed it, and you're not supposed to wash them. Not
It
wash
came
them.
off.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff came out.
Well, hey, I actually went to the Def Leppard Hysteria tour at McNichols in '87. So.
Oh, did you really? That's the tour I'm talking about.
And that was the same night that they. I mean, you're not going to see me in the videos, but they videoed for Pour Some Sugar on Me and Armageddon at the same night. So
that was such a good album, man. That was such a good album.
Yeah, really, really good record.
Like I said, patches and cheaper to acquire than posters. For horror posters so far, and remember like $19 a piece. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a great idea, and it's like something that So if this ever goes big somewhere, we know that like Nico started it, so we can go this fight. We're like, somebody was watching our thing. So if anybody watches any, if there's any like people secretly that are doing like working with companies that haven't like, you don't have to say anything. Just you just maybe give her a kickback because it was her idea. But yeah, actually that's a good idea. So how far did you go with the Severin stuff?
Oh, I basically read off like the first couple, so if you scroll down, because and maybe you can clarify the first block here with the it says these following excluded from the 50%. So they're saying these titles here are the ones that are not on sale for 50%, right?
That's correct. When Severin does a sale, the 6 months prior, titles any titles that came out 6 months prior to the sale are titles that aren't on sale. So it's only things that came out after that. So they'll let you know which titles are newly on sale, and they'll let you know which titles aren't on sale. So for this one, where Faceless isn't on sale, Female Executioner is not on sale, Shadow Mind, Blood Hunt, Makuma Sexual, Mansion of the Living Dead, All About Evil, Libido, My Grandpa's a Vampire, Tales to Keep You Awake, which I wish was on sale, The Plague of Zombie Trilogy, Changeling 4K, the older Changeling Blu-ray will be on sale, Dracula vs. Frankenstein, Double Target, Born to Fight, and Cop Game. No, all box sets aren't going to be on sale. Like last time, they had a box set sale done on Saturday, but they're not doing that this year. And bundles. So if you saw things like the Bruno Mattei bundle, for instance, that was advertised, or one of the other bundles, like those won't be even available during the sale. Those just be if you want to buy the films on their own, you can, but any of the newer bundles won't be on sale. So merchandise, they say, won't be on sale. But the thing with merchandise is a lot of the merchandise, like T-shirts and stuff, get like, when they say heavily discounted, like a lot of it goes to way lower than 50% off. Like I bought like T-shirts that for like $3 and $4 at during Severin sales. And they'll also have convention stock. So basically this is stuff that pretty much they've sold out of, but they keep, like people say, how can they have something they've sold out of and still be able to sell it during a sale online? Right. So basically what happens is like all these companies go to conventions and they try to like put like a little bit of their limited editions aside so they have something special to sell at the convention, so draw people over to the table. And until the limited edition stuff sells out, as long as it's still there. They only started doing this during the time when there was no conventions, but now it's gone over well. So they'll still take like little parts of the limited edition stuff and put it on sale. Blood on Satan's Claw is a really nice limited edition, a bit of a slipcover on that one. Beast in the Cellar is a nice one. Skinner with limited edition slipcover is there. Nothing really different except for the slipcover for Skinner, but it's a great release. Revenge of the Living Dead Girls limited edition. That means the CD soundtrack. That's what's included with that one.
What's the LE mean?
Limited edition.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So we got like Caligula Duo box set, No Way Home limited edition. That of course, that one was that's the one I got last time. That was a good one. Enigma limited edition, Demonia limited edition, Shining Sex limited edition means the soundtrack. And there's two Jess Franco ones. I can't remember what the other one is, but there's Shining Sex and another one. And you put them both together, and it's a 2-disc like CD soundtrack set. And one has one of the discs, and the other one has the other like CD. Oh, okay. And Mardi Gras Massacre, which we didn't think was going to come back ever, is going to be there on the sale. None of those will be on sale, though. Those will be regular priced. But what will be on sale for the first time is Don't Go in the House. All versions of that. So that's the Video Nasty one. Stone, which is an Australian exploitation, kind of a biker film. Pretty realistic one, too. Delirium will be on sale for the first time. Caligula on its own, The Untold Story, and Caligula and Messalenia will be on sale. Out of the Blue, which is a fantastic film, Dennis Hopper, that'll be on sale. Hey, Stop Stabbing Me. Do you know this one?
No.
It's by the guys that did the new Sonic Hedgehog movie.
Oh, really? No kidding.
Yep. And it's like kind of a quirky, kind of out there comedy, but it's kind of fun. The Big Sleazy Jack White's double feature, which I wish I could get, but again, just saying, not yet. Not yet have I been able to get it. So
come on, guys.
Just putting that out there. You guys are mean to me tonight. You guys are being super mean. Return of Captain Invincible, which my better half wants. But I don't know if I get it through this sale. But she's like a huge fan of like the really cheesy stuff like that. And for the brand new titles, there are 8 in total. And what we got here right now is Four Flies and Grey Velvet. This is the one everybody was excited about. This is the Argento title. So it's a 4-disc set. We got the 4K UHD, 2 Blu-ray discs, a CD soundtrack, and the CD for soundtrack for, not Sirius, it's CD, for Four Flies and Grey Velvet is Ennio Morricone. So in the early stuff before Goblin worked with Argento, then Ennio Morricone used to do like the soundtracks for Argento's films, and of course, he's like did so many amazing spaghetti westerns and so many just incredible films. It's a great soundtrack. It's gonna be $55. It's limited to the web store exclusive. So what that means is this one will not be going to your local store. So if you're living in Toronto or something like that, and you got a Bay Street Video or Cinema One, this is not going to make it there. This is just for the store. The 5 days is a 3-disc 4K UHD Blu-ray and CD soundtrack with slipcover, $42, and the UHD, of course, is going to be region free. Blu-ray is region A. Four Flies looks to be region free across the board. Now, this one here is, of course, is the other lost Argento film, the one that most people like didn't see or didn't know. And the next one, God, I can't pronounce this. ACCION Mutant, which is an Alex de Iglesias, something, who did, of course, 30 Kinds and Day of the Beast and Perdido Durango. So it's a 4K UHD Blu-ray with a slipcover. It's going to be $34. That's going to be region free. The Dogs, about racist dogs, I'm not joking, is $24. That's the one locked region A release aside from like the 5 days. We have I Miss You, Hugs and Kisses, which has a second film on there as well. This is Conexploitation, and it is basically 2 true crime stories like done in Canada. So if you like true crime stuff, it's going to be right up your alley. It's a limited edition 2-disc set with a slipcover, and Elkie Summer stars in the I Miss You, Hugs and Kisses. And the other one is Recommendation for Mercy, is the other film on this one. It's $28. It's region free. Blood on Melee's Moon is $24 region free. The Devil's Game, which is the another big release because it is a TV series that was done in Italy, and it is the last work of Mario Bava. And it is one of the first works of his son, Lamberto Bava, in kind of a co-director capacity. It's going to be a 2-disc Blu-ray set that's going to run $28, be region-free. And Jess Franco's Sex is Crazy, a film that Jess Franco actually said he was proud to do, and he didn't say that about a lot of his films, is $24. It's region-free, so it might be a nice place alongside Bahia Blanca to have in your collection if you're a Jess Franco fan. So what about you? Any of these releases here are the ones that you're looking at?
Oh, I'd probably be very interested in Four Flies. Did you say 5 days is the other one? That was Argento?
Yeah, 5 days. 5 days in Milan, basically. So it's kind of I guess, a comedy, sort of like historical comedy.
Okay,
But
it's different than his other stuff.
yeah, like this is completely different than anything else he's ever done. So the limited edition depends on if there's like any left, Jerry. If they're left, I'm sure like the next sale they might have some, but I don't know. I don't know if like the web store exclusive makes me kind of nervous on the fact that we're going to get some after. You know what I mean? But I'm excited for that stuff. So we go for Four Flies. Anything else there that you'd grab? Would you like get something like are you a Mario Bava fan, or would you?
I do like Mario Bava, but some of these titles I'm not super familiar with at the moment, so I don't know.
Well, like some of these I'm not familiar with, so I'll say.
What's that?
Some of these I'm not familiar with, so that's kind of the neat thing about it. So like stuff like Blood and Melee's Moon is more of a kind of a slightly bit of a more recent one. There's an actual second film on that as well, and that's Lucio Cosi. So if you saw like Nightmare City, for instance, that's Lucio Cosi. He's a director and a writer, and he runs Profondo Rosso, Dario Argento's store too. So that's kind of cool. But there's actually a documentary on Cosi, on the Blood on Melee's Moon one. Like half off after 6 months. Okay, yeah. So yeah, most things basically, like if they're still available, will go to the half off after the 6 months. So basically, if Four Flies and Gray Velvet was not available, was available in some form, like in limited edition form, whatever, it would not be available for the next sale, like the halfway to Black Friday sale, but it would be available on the next Black Friday sale. So that's the things, like when it's Vinegar Syndrome, you can roll the dice on titles that, like if it's a popular title, you can roll the dice on a title that you want, because 3 months is not, like 6 months is not too long to wait, and you can you can always see, like there's a count, like to see exactly how many are left. But for when it comes to Severin, it's not a 6 month wait. It's a year-long wait to see those titles come on sale. So there's it's a lot less of a chance, like for something like, especially if Four Flies, if it's it said web store exclusive limited edition. If there's any title that I was going to say, okay, this is a one title that at full price that'd be worth getting out of the Severin sale, I'm going to go with Four Flies and Gray Velvet. That would be like the one. Like you don't have to get like the whole Argento bundle if you don't want to. I mean, not everybody's going to want a book and want the pins. So you don't want that. I understand that. But if there's one title you're looking to get, grab one title, Four Flies and Gray Velvet's that title. That, in my opinion. So what about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's probably the one I'm looking at the most, but it's kind of sad that they're not going to sell the book separately, because I'm looking further down and they're talking about
yeah, like the book is only going to be done, like you can buy the book. Like it's not like something that you can't buy. George, who's on the channel here a lot from the UK, he actually like ordered the book from Amazon.
Oh, okay.
They said they've done a limited edition like hardcover. I'm not sure if there's anything special about the limited edition book. So we'll hit the merchandise now, because I think that's going to be kind of interesting. So Fear the Dario Argento autobiography is a limited edition hardcover pressing from Fab Press. Fab Press puts out some really good books, by the way. They'll have 700 copies divided amongst 2 of our Black Friday sale bundles. And I'm going to put a pin in that, because we'll get back to that later. These will not be sold separately. And I said, well, no, and If you use free shipping, we're not, the dings and dents, we're not, but it's normal stuff. The Severin Films Hall of Fame enamel pin with the Argento, but done by Pixel Elixir. That's really nice, actually. That one's you can buy it in one of the bundles, or it's $10 on its own. There's a Maribava pin that's $10 on its own, or you can buy it in one of the Black Friday bundles. And Four Flies in Gray Velvet, there is going to be available for $10, and that's a pin I think a lot of people are going to want because it's that cool. It's the eyeball with the flies on it from Four Flies in Gray Velvet. That's a pretty kick-ass pin,
Nice.
and that's going to be in the bundle as well. So that's like the newer stuff. Like as far as the stuff that's been there before, the signed 8x10 Bridget Leahy glossy photos. You'll be able to buy like one of those for $20, or you can buy something for $5. Yep. Which one do you have, by the way?
Yep, came with my bundle. Yeah.
Which one did you get when you got the?
It's this one here with from Faceless.
Any Bridget Leahy one is definitely good to get.
Which also got that sweet ass book that I noticed someone else right next to me has it too.
That is an amazing book, man. What I love when you open it up and you do the breakdown of like the type of films that she did. Like she did this many adult films, she did this many like exploitation films, she did this many. That's really cool.
Yeah.
And
did you ever get around to looking at the DVD?
Not yet. Like I got it here, but unfortunately, is it region free? I need to find that out because I'm worried. Like if it's region A, I can't play it. Yeah.
I don't think we had to adjust anything on that one. I think you're okay with that one.
Okay, then I will look at that actually probably later on tomorrow. So signed Abominable Evil Blu-ray. So this was on the mid-year sale with director, writer, actor Joshua Grinnell, Peaches Christ, in other words. That's going to be $36. I'm tempted to grab one of those. If I do get something, I'm tempted to grab the Bridget Leahy, kind of the minor damage one for $5. Signed faceless 4K slipcovers, which you already got.
Yeah.
That's $5, but of course you have to buy the movie to go along with that.
Right.
And there's a faceless Killer Crocodile, Dracula versus Frankenstein, and the female executioner with the Cobra look. That's going to be the biggest sticker seller out of all of them, I think.
Right.
And we got going into print titles, which we mentioned earlier. Well, we got Patrick, which is a Blu-ray DVD combo pack. Thirst, which is a Blu-ray DVD combo pack. One of the neat things to notice here is Severin doesn't do DVDs anymore. So if people because there are people out that still collect DVDs, then Blu-ray DVD combo packs may be your way to get some of this stuff, especially at $8 a pop, because that's what these things are.
Yeah.
Dead Kids is Blu-ray DVD combo pack, and Plague Town standard edition for $8. But for $2 more, if you like Plague Town, get the 2-disc edition with the slipcover. It's worth it to go that way. Now the pricey stuff. You ready for this? The bundles. So the Blackest Friday mega bundle. All 8 titles. The Argento book. All 3 enamel pins. $298. Bit too on the pricey side for me.
Yeah.
The Maestro Argento bundle, which again, if anybody wants to help me get the Maestro Argento bundle, we'll put that out there. But that's going to be $120. It'll have the Four Flies in Gray Velvet 4K UHD set, the 5 Days 4K UHD set, the book, and the Argento Hall of Fame, and Four Flies in Gray Velvet enamel pin Hall of Fame as well, pin as well. And we'll have the Great 8 bundle, which is just the movies with no merch, for $248. So that'll be the titles. As far as shipping goes, if you spend over $100, then it's free shipping. Now, just make sure they have a add to order. But when you go in, you add to order, make sure that you're adding to your order and you're choosing free shipping every time you add to the order, because sometimes there's glitches that puts a shipping cost on there. So you want to make sure that you check that before you complete your order. If you're living in Canada, then it's $150 to hit the limited, basically to hit the free shipping. That's $150. So just keep that in mind if you got your Canadian thing put on there. And for all other countries, they don't offer international free shipping anymore. But when you reach $200 US mark, then it's a flat rate fee of $25. Now, some people said that before it was $15, but I'm this is my first year being international, so I don't know. But $25 doesn't seem too bad if it's a big shipment. But it's obviously more than the Vinegar Syndrome one, which is I think it's $8 flat if you're in Canada, and there's like free shipping options if you're in the US. And I'll check the international options as well in a second. But like there's definitely some good stuff here. Severin is one of those where the shipping has often stopped people. Like people have been going like with Severin, and they're like, okay, I want to get this one release. But if you get a release and you end up with like $45 in shipping, that can
pricey.
So that can be a little bit different. I think that they now charge you for shipping on each separate order. Then will refund you after the combined orders. Okay, so that's just different. So I think basically I think I heard about that, but I think that means like if you forget to hit the free shipping option, because people do in the last sale, VHS, that was a thing. But if you forget, like, so you'll get charged the shipping, and they won't be to, and they'll look at the orders and they'll kind of like check to see basically if anybody got overcharged. Same thing with international orders, because with international orders now, like in the United States and Canada, you have the add to order option. And internationally, like anywhere else, like UK or any other place, you don't have the international option. You don't have the add to order option. So what they will do is you'll get charged like shipping on each of the orders that you do internationally. But afterwards, they'll like look at the order and they'll like refund you the amount back that you should be getting. That's what I remember for it anyway. But as far as these both go, like of the big ones, like of the Severin or the Vinegar Syndrome, is there one you're leaning towards?
As far as movie?
Yeah, like is there a title that you're leaning towards, or a company that you're leaning towards during the sale, or?
Yeah, as far as the company, it doesn't really matter much to me, as long as there's titles I'm interested in. So, I mean, I definitely would find that as an Argento fan, I'd probably be leaning a little bit towards Severin. But, you never know. It just depends. Like, one thing about both of these is we haven't really seen the covers yet. So I know that sometimes the covers will change a little bit and kind of be a little bit nicer, and you'll just have to kind of look at them. And I'm sure once everything goes on sale, we'll see more from that. But
well, we've seen the covers for Severin,
right?
So like we know, like with because they got that nightmare fuel like mask, for
right?
That, but the covers for a lot of the Vinegar Syndrome stuff we haven't really seen a lot of yet, and a lot of different titles there. Apparently, Dark Force Entertainment. I haven't really bought anything from them, but they have a sale on right now, as well. I don't know Dark Force. And what I do, it hasn't been exactly the most positive. But I know that they've been doing a sale here as well. But I'd like to find out if Dark Force if it's just a gimmick. It's a gimmick that he has that's been stopping me from buying his stuff. And I kind of wish like he wouldn't do it.
What's the stuff that you hear about it? Like, I'm looking at the site now, and I don't. It doesn't look bad, but I mean, I don't know. What's the reputation?
It just these like like when the late Bill from Code Red and him would do like videos together,
Mm-hmm.
and he got pretty harsh on people. Like, I want to like, and it could have been like more joking, but didn't come off like the best. I want to like, kill this person's kid or something like that, and just really like different. And it's a shame because I do like their stuff. It's just I like him to say, okay, this is not who I am. This is like just kind of a bit that I'm doing, because I know he likes wrestling, and I kind of think he's kind of Jerichoing it up, but it's really not working for the company. Like, people have not bought stuff because of that, because of some of his. But he does have stuff here. Like, there's titles that he has there.
He's got something on Code Red, Zombie Nightmare, Adam West and Tia Carrera,
which is a fun film. I mean, like, I like Zombie Nightmare, but it's it's cheesy fun film. But I don't know. It's just one of those. I never like talking bad about anyone, and
right?
I don't know them personally or anything like that. It's just I've watched a few of the live streams that they did, and
Well, yeah, got to go with what you're comfortable with,
So let's see, where are we at right now? What time is it there? I have to know, like, how
All
close.
right, so it is 10:35. So we have an hour and a half before Vinegar Syndrome goes live.
4K of Dead Pit and Scream. So when Ronald says Scream, he's talking about the Woody Strode film, like Scream, not the other
Craven one, not the Craven one,
yeah. So, which is a film that was made, and the best thing I can say about the Woody Strode Scream is I like Woody Strode, and that is a very nice cover. Dead Pit's a lot of fun though. But again, if you were to buy one of those, yeah, Dead Pit. Yeah, I gotta be honest. Like I remember watching Scream when I was a kid. Maybe it holds up even better now that I'm older. Sometimes films do that, but yeah, it's definitely different one. Just give me a second. I'm gonna plug in my computer because it's it's getting down there. I want to make sure that I don't go. I don't want to lose the internet, then lose like my.
It's good.
connection.
It's good. So for you guys that are for like Ronald, you're on Dark Force Entertainment. He has a movie called Hundra. I've never heard of that. Is it any good? Sort of like almost like a barbarian type looking film. Lauren Landon, John Ghaffari, and Maria Casal. But I've never even heard of that. From 1983. Any good? I like the Blu-ray cover is pretty cool. Then they've got the collector's edition, but again, I've never seen this film, so I have no idea. So you ordered Dead Pit and Scream, okay? Oh, we got a Donna Wilson Dragon movie, Redemption. Oh, Cynthia Rothrock too. Oh, nice. This pen, haven't heard that one. Only $10. That looks interesting. That's from 2002. I haven't even seen that. Let's see what else we got going on here. Groupie. Beyond the Door. Seen that. Deathbed. I think I attempted to watch that. That was not the best movie for me. So what films and DVDs or Blu-rays you guys looking forward to getting from VS? Anything in particular?
I think sometimes it's just like you have to go in and see what the prices are and.
Well, I mean, I've seen people drop like $1,000 on some of this stuff. So
that's
sometimes, yeah, it's not happening. Well, like I said, I'm a little more selective these days. Whatever I get has to be something that I really want. You know what I mean? Like that Bridget Leahy bundle that I got.
Yeah, you were all about that when it came out. You were like
4 easy pays.
That's our thing.
That's how it goes.
Pays.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I should have never told you about 4 easy pays.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Jerry. That's kind of how we are. Like as my better half knows. Started out with one tarantula, it turned into 6. It gets
Every time I travel for work, I come home and there's more tarantulas.
well, it's at least I'm working in my deal and networking. Anything in particular, Rye, that you're looking at for VS this time around? Homegrown horse sets. Okay. By his stripes.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, secret releases seem like it could be kind of a cool thing, but at the same time, I think that if it's something that you're not really, liking or whatever, it can be kind of a disappointment. I know Aaron's talking about he doesn't want to see any more trauma.
I don't mind, just not as Vinegar VSA. Like, I'm okay with trauma. I like a lot of their stuff,
Right.
but not as a VSA. That's like, I know a lot of people love this one, and people give it. Hey there, Jordan. Give it like a lot of big props. Is Ebola Syndrome. A lot people went crazy over that film. I wasn't as big on it, so that wasn't something that I was excited about. So I was kind of let down with that one.
Right.
But to be fair, I'm an epileptic. For those that don't know, so watching Ebola Syndrome, which is literally about people having a bunch of seizures throughout the film, kind of wasn't my deal. What do I think the comic slips are? I don't know. I mean, I've heard some people have said things like Death Row Game Show as a possibility of the comic slips. I could kind of see Raw Force just among the fact of it's an actiony stuff. But I don't know. I'm excited to see what the comic slips are. I'm very excited to hopefully get a variant cover edition of New York Ninja as well, because we don't have a comic shop here. Obviously, I'm in Morocco, and if they did, it wouldn't be in English. But I'm a big comic book fan, and I kind of want that that New York Ninja, New York Ninja comic, and that'll be pretty sweet for me, actually. I really want the Severin release, but I don't think that it's going to be something that's going to be available for me. It's an hour to the sale, pretty much right now, and I'm actually getting super stoked. In about an half hour from now, we're probably going to be diving over to the Crimson Cult. So any you Crimson people, I know Raw, you're one of them. And Jordan will be able to see it live, get mine, and all our reactions. We'll get my reaction. We'll get Anubis's reaction. We'll get Nico's reaction from the sidelines there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And by the way, you guys have been fantastic. So already, to be honest, you're a fantastic guest host. I would love to have you back again already, because if you're enjoying it. I
appreciate you bringing me on and having her here, man. I love doing this. I love talking movies with you. So anytime you want to have us on, I'll be glad to be here.
And guys, in all seriousness, this guy, he knows his movies. He knows his metal way better than I do. So especially the metal man, he's the metalhead guy. Make sure Metal Tavern Radio. Make sure you're checking it out. It's amazing. And they had me on for one of their podcasts, and it was so much fun. Where I got asked questions too. I got put on the spot, which is really, really fun.
I think, didn't you ask me if we had a pre-list of questions? Right? That's not how this works.
Exactly. Questions I gotta look up, I think, because I was so worried I was gonna blank out on stuff, and I was I did better than I thought.
It's all a lot of fun, but it's a good way to get to know you.
It's a great thing. I never thought of anybody doing that before, but it was it's really cool. Rage and Honor. That's the Cynthia Rothrock film I would love to see come out. So K-Dog, that's right up my alley too. Frogtown's your guess? Which Frogtown?
Frogtown, is that?
Well, Hell Comes Frogtown you already did. So that's a previous release CT for them. But I know there's Frogtown sequels, but I don't think any of them are, I guess, big enough to fit into what we're seeing this time around.
Are we watching this on Telemundo?
But the Roddy Piper one's already been put out by both Vinegar Syndrome and Arrow Video. I know because Arrow Video initially put out Hell Comes to Frogtown with I think it was like under 1,000 copies. And when they did, my better half knew that I loved the film. Like, I really loved the film. And so she bought it. She went out and she bought me Hell Comes to Frogtown, spent a fortune on it, like over $100 on the film. And me too. I'm so excited for this. But a week later, they announced like an unlimited edition. So, and then like Vinegar Syndrome put out afterwards. So, only thing I have that's different is the booklet. But I can't see it being like Hell Comes to Frogtown, like where they already put out, or any of the Frogtown sequels. But if you're a fan of Hell Comes to Frogtown, it's already there. You can't buy it. And this is the time, like, usually I hear sometimes things start to, I try to stick away from like, what's the word that I'm looking for? I try to stick away from like any like hints. I'm sure like some of this is probably already, some of this probably leaked. Like that always happens. Like usually some stuff leaks on like one of the forum sites or something like that. I tend to try and avoid that. At all possible costs. So I try to stay away from the leak, but there you go. This is for people that have stayed this long. Here is a Russ Meyer box I once wore. She's actually gone to sleep on my
your foot.
But on my hoodie. So she's like, when she goes to sleep. Kids are in bed. Welcome back, man. I know that feeling. The cat's kind of asleep too, so they're just we can both celebrate. Basically, she when she wants to go to sleep, she really wants to sleep, and she's going to be sleeping for the rest of the night, type of thing. She likes to kind of like get close, like to kind of touch you. Yeah. So she'll put like her paw, or she'll put her back onto me, and then she'll just pass out.
That's why I love cats. So great.
Yeah. Even when they're taking out your internet.
Yeah, they rule the roost, and they can be destructive. That's for sure.
Thank God you were on here, because if you weren't, like, this stream would have went down.
Yeah, the stream would just went toast.
Yeah, and so you took it over and just killed it, man. There's been too much talk of Caligula. I can't see why people are talking Caligula. I know why, but Caligula's has already gotten good releases, and there's no new director's cut of Caligula out there, VHS that would come out. I can see like what the normies maybe saying Caligula because maybe they don't know like the Arrow Video edition or anything like that. But I don't see Caligula being like being the release, especially like sometimes like Severin will like coordinate release sometimes with Vinegar Syndrome if they're doing something together. So I think some people would say like Caligula because like Severin put out the other two Caligula films recently, but the director's edition, other editions of Caligula with one of my actually director I really liked, Tinto Brass, that would have already been out by now from different releases. So for me right now, guys, just so you know, it is 4:48. So I've been on here since 1:30. So we've been on here now 3 hours and 80 minutes.
So it'll be like 6 a.m. your time when they go live on sale.
It'll be 6 a.m. when they go live here, and then after that it'll be so that's when we'll basically around like 5:30ish, or I think it's around a half hour right now, or before we go to the other.
Yeah, it's about 10 minutes to 11, so it'll be about an hour from there till it goes live. So at 11:30 my time would be the half hour point.
Yeah, so then we'll go. Basically, what we'll do is we'll go to the channel around a half hour before, continue the conversation there, and maybe talk some stuff that we can't talk about on here. You know, the not so safe for YouTube stuff.
Right.
Mardi Gras Massacre. It's been so long, man. I remember loving the cover to Mardi Gras Massacre. Do you remember this one, DJ?
No, I do not. Sounds interesting, though.
It's got a gorgeous cover too, and they put out a book, like a novelization of this. This is one of the best things I've seen Severin do that I wish like Vincent would do as well. Is like put out like novels of like some of these exploitation releases, and they're not like grabbing an old novel and like, kind of reprinting it. They're actually getting an in-house guy to come in, and they're hiring a guy to write novelization. So when they put out the movie that does not exist, that Severin obviously never put out, called Cruel Jaws, it's not a thing, it's never happened.
Jaws 5.
Then there was not, Jaws 5. Then there was definitely not a you know a novelization of that was super sleazy and super cool, or a sticker that could go in your toilet seat. But if there was, I'd say try and grab it.
Right.
So Jerry L says that he hasn't seen it in years. It's not great, but it's worth the watch. So that was going to be full price. So it's going to be kind of like, but it won't be coming back again, I don't think. Dustin has a copy of Cruel. Do you have Cruel Jaws, DJ?
No, I do not.
Almost accidentally put Dustin. I almost accidentally put you in timeout by hitting the wrong button.
Oh, thanks. I think Samurai has it though. I know he was talking about it the other day.
It's fun. I mean, there's when I got it, I bought the bundle that came out that month,
Right.
and it had like a couple other titles with it. Massacre in Dinosaur Valley was one of the other ones, and Primitive was the other one. But it had aside from the book and all that, it had a kind of a Hulk Hogan type of like headband.
Mm-hmm.
Because they got a guy in Cruel Jaws that looks like Hulk Hogan. A Hulk Hogan looked like.
Right.
So that was super. I like to see stuff like that. So anytime stuff like that comes out. Now, Vinegar Syndrome does have a lot of really cool, different merch. Is it really on Amazon Prime? Watch it while you can, guys, because they're getting pretty strict on those things. I was actually surprised when was that when Deep Blood or something like that came out as well? The other shark one came out afterwards.
Yeah, I think I did watch that not too long ago, actually.
Just that's not cranberry sauce. What's amazing is that that's a fun little film, Blood Rage, but within this interesting fun little film is an amazing performance by Mark Sofer, who plays twins and does the unenviable task of actually making two twin characters that don't seem like the same person at all, and that's really hard to do.
That was actually a pretty good movie. I enjoyed that one.
It's fun, but his acting is way better than that movie should normally have. And he shouldn't have Louise Lasser is a big actress, so she plays the mom, right?
Yeah.
She should be the one that's putting across the amazing acting. But it's him, Mark Sofer's putting across the amazing acting, and she's coming across like the aunt in Sleepaway Camp. She's good. I mean, she's crazy good or good crazy, both, right? In this one, and it's such an insane film. Arrow put out a great edition of that one. That's the one where I'm glad I got the limited edition of that one, because he put out the cut version, the Nightmare at Shadow Woods edition of Blood Rage, which is literally not the not as good version actually. All the good stuff cut out.
Right.
But I don't know, we don't know what the merchandise is for Vinegar Syndrome. Now they come up with really weird, unique merchandise that goes pretty fast. And they have T-shirts, or they'll have then sometimes they'll have a Viewmaster reels, because they have Vinegar Syndrome Viewmaster. So sometimes they'll put out these Viewmaster reels that'll be super limited, or they'll put out these little. It could be anything, VHS tape, could be a cassette tape. That'll have when you buy the cassette tape, you get a video, a digital copy of the movie as well. And they tend to have very limited edition. And for some things, you have 30 copies. So it's going to go incredible.
Yeah.
So you really got to go in there and just grab what it is that you want, and put it in and check out. Because the add to existing order box that's your best friend. Your add to existing order box is going to let you say, okay, I've got this stuff here. I'm going to check out. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to get the other stuff that I want. because again, whenever you're getting something looks limited, and you can't be sure what's going to go on at a certain time. Like you could have something that has 500 copies left, and then all of a sudden, like just for some reason, that hits that zeitgeist, and everybody starts grabbing it. I remember when they put out the third in the Ruben Galano Jr. films during like one of the Black Friday sales. Grave Robbers was there, and it was like it had a lot of copies, like 700 or so copies left. There was a lot of Grave Robbers copies left, but it sold out during that sale. The limited edition of them sold out during that sale, so you can never be sure. So if there's things that you're looking at, limited editions that you want, then I recommend you go in, you grab them, you put them in your cart, you buy them. The ones if you're sure about them now, and once you get the stuff that you're sure about, then you can go back and get like, okay, here's the stuff that's on sale, or here's the stuff that's newer that I want to pick up, because Roadhouse is going to be there. But some of the limited editions aren't. Like, and it's not just limited editions on Vinegar Syndrome side that are going out of print and not coming back. It's limited editions on the partner label side that are going out of print and not coming back. And that's not something that we had seen happen before. We've seen Fun City Editions come out with titles and like said, okay, the limited edition's over. Now you can buy it without the slipcover. But now we're seeing Fun City Edition titles that aren't coming back. If you haven't picked up yet, I'm not sure if you got this one yet or not, if it's in your wheelhouse, DJ, but there's this like TV, there's a TV movie box set put up by Fun City Editions. It's really good. A Primetime Panic or something like that, I think it's called. And it's like Televised Terror is good, but the Fun City Editions is great. And that one is going out of print, and that's not coming back. So that's not something that's coming about afterwards. Anvil Curse, that's another one Ronald went really quickly. And you can never tell sometimes, like when things are going, all you can do is just go in and just like, but don't get caught up in FOMO. Like, here's the thing. A lot of us get caught up in this, like where we get like, oh God, I want to get this before it goes out of print. Make sure it's something you want, not just because it's going out of print, not just because it's got a nice slipcover, but it's a title that you already want anyway. If it's something you want anyway, then once you get it, like, okay, that's fantastic. But don't get it because you think you can flip it, or don't get it because you think you can trade it. Get it because you really, really want it. Because somebody's going to want that if you don't. And,
Yeah.
Walking the Edge is getting UK release from Radiance. It'll be interesting to see what the UK release. I haven't seen any information on it yet. But Walking the Edge is one of those titles that Fun City Editions put out that I went on right away because I really like that film. It's got Nancy Kwan and Robert Forster, and A. Martinez. If anybody knows Santa Barbara, then Cruz Castillo. But it was a really good film. One of those revenge films. Basically, Nancy Kwan's husband gets into some shifty stuff, and so at the beginning of the film, these gangsters come into the house, kill her husband, kill her family, and she ends up like in prison. And when she gets out, she goes for revenge. I want a second box set, like from both of them. Like, I want a second Televised Terror set. So anybody hasn't bought Televised Terror set, please buy it. I want a second volume. And the TV set, I want to see a Primetime Panic volume too as well. Like, just they're just so good. Now, one of the neat things we got for the way, hello Ryan, for the people that don't know, is that on the Primetime Panic set there was a edition of, and Dustin knows this too, and I know that Shannon will, and as an edition of one of the films that's a TV film. It's like it had an R rating, so you get like 2 editions of that film on there, kind of an uncut version. So that one's gonna go. And it's got a great. I wish I had the set here because it is a gorgeous looking box set too. It's one of the nicest things. Are You Lonesome Tonight TV movie? So yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. There's one. God, you're too young to remember this, DJ. But there's a movie. There's a show called Dallas that came out back in the day.
Dallas.
Dallas. Remember Dallas?
Dallas.
You're talking about the
Who shot J.R.?
yeah, J.R. Ewing and all that.
Yeah. So there's a TV movie with Charlene Tilton, who played like Lucy Ewing. on Dallas original series, where she's like, because they're always like one of those dark things, right? So she goes hitchhiking, and it doesn't end well. I saw it as a kid, and I haven't seen it since. I've been waiting for it to come out on some set, because I'm like, please, like when the televised tear set was announced, I'm like, oh, please let the Lucy Ewing goes hitchhiking and it turns out bad like movie come out, because I'm still waiting to see it again. So that's one I really want.
I hope they do Curse of the Black Widow. I don't think they've redone that one at all.
I don't think so either. That would be nice. That would be nice on one of the sides.
Yeah.
There's like, it's one of those things that it's been like, now that we've hit upon like the TV movie, because a lot of people forget that there was a time when this was a water cooler thing. So basically these movies that were done, like these made for TV horror films, suspense films, or films in general, were really an event. It was something that people look forward to, that you stayed home for. And there was 3 TV stations, ABC, NBC, and CBS, and they fought for your views. So they put out these really unique films. And the fact is, like, a lot of companies, you just don't see them come out on Blu-ray or on 4K. So the chance to get some of these films that are kind of been lost, like Gargoyles is another one that I think I think they got a Blu-ray release at one point, or at least a DVD release. So no, with the monsters, the Gargoyles, not the cartoon series, but the actual the film.
Yeah.
There's a few different ones that are out there that I would love to see, and it's the more the kind of like the lesser known ones that really stick in my mind.
I still need to get the car. I really like that one a lot from way back when.
My stepmom, she loves it. James Brolin, she loves that film. It freaked her out so much that she for a long time she couldn't watch it. I'm jealous of you, Sean, man. Dallas film, 50 minutes from you.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, Talk.
Happy Thanksgiving, man. You say a great TV. I would love to see them do some of these. Like, I've only seen like Ice Cream Man. It's the only time I've ever seen them do anything with like where they did the Joe Bob Briggs thing. But I would love to see like some of the in special features, like the Up All Night, or kind of like the drive-in, Joe Bob Briggs drive-in, that type of thing. Like as like special features, or maybe like some of the horror hosts like get like some of their introductions. I recently picked up what was it? The Tough Ones, which was put up by Grinders Releasing. The Plazia Teshi, I think, hopefully I pronounced it right that time, film. And one of the neat things on it is it has an introduction by Sybil Danning from when she did those adventure movie things, like the boxes that came out. Those were amazing. So, there's a lot of stuff that can come out. And next year is Vinegar Syndrome's 10th year, guys. So expect a lot of coverage from next year, because I'm expecting there's going to be a lot of big announcements. And Subscriber Week, I'll probably be doing it from Canada, and hopefully with the internet. So, but I'll be missing this little one because I'll be gone away for a month, and she'll be here with my better half. But we're like literally, I guess, right now, kind of joined at the hip. So it's going to be different. Well, you can sort of lock in a subscription, Ryan. So it's not like other years for Black Friday. So they're doing a subscription week, January the 1st to January the 7th. But you can lock in your subscription by paying $25, and you get a $50 like a bonus coupon when the first comes up. I'm going to wait to see what the subscription price is going to be and what titles they're going to announce. Thank you. Diary of a Teenage Hitchhiker. Michael, you rock, man. This is the movie. That was the one, the Charlie Tillman I was thinking about. Have you ever seen this, by the way?
No, I have not. So, but I'm intrigued.
It's cool. It's cool, man. I was one of those. I think my cousin, my aunt Jackie was babysitting me, and she put me in front of the TV basically because I think her boyfriend was around. Because you're a teenager. And that was on. Diary of a Teenage Hitchhiker came on, and I think right afterwards it was what's the one? Alone. Don't be afraid of the dark. Or Are You Alone in the Dark? Do you know the one with those little like creatures? Where the guy and the girl go to this like this big house, and they onboard because they remade it with Katie Holmes, and they onboard this like fireplace, and then these little creatures she starts seeing them.
Is that Alone in the Dark?
Yeah, that's the one. Alone in the Dark.
Okay,
People think she's like crazy, and at the end, that is like one chilling friggin' ending too. That movie does. I had nightmares then, like for the rest of that. For the rest of
Well, there was a movie, like I only saw like maybe the last 15 or 20 minutes. I've never seen the rest of it, but I thought it was really good. And it's called Looking for Mr. Goodbar. But that ending is like shocking as hell.
Diane Keaton.
Yes. And Tom Berenger.
Oh yeah, like that was a hard one where I am epileptic. The ending was a little bit strobe, was hard for me to watch.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid, Derek. Thank you. But it freaked me out. Like I couldn't turn away. Like I was like, I may have a seizure, but I'm watching the rest of this movie, and it was like it wrecked me.
It's tough. Yeah.
It's a movie that I would love to see
Mm-hmm.
get a good release. I think you have Richard Gere's I'm Looking for Mr. Goodbar too. Like there's a few like big actors. I think Richard Gere's is he who without saying anything, isn't he one of the the guy at the end?
I'm sure the guy at the end is Tom Berenger.
Is it Tom Berenger at the end?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And he played a lot of good guy roles before, like previously.
Right.
So it was kind of different. There's like a kind of a Canadian version of Looking for Mr. Goodbar, and see like who knows this one. It's called One Night Stand, and basically, it's about it's this girl, and she's not going out. It's like I think it's New Year's, Christmas, New Year's, somewhere like that. I think it's New Year's Eve or something. And she goes to the store. Basically, she's going to get some alcohol. And there's this guy, and he's playing guitar, and she thinks he's cute and stuff. So he ends up going home with her. And there's a party going on next door, and he's there, and then he leaves, and then she gets upset with him, and he ends up like getting his way back into her house, and it's intense. And it's a really good film. And the lead actor, whose name escapes me right now, which is a shame because he's a really good Canadian actor and a fantastic stage actor. He did like some amazing stage work. I know he was in Kiss the Spider Woman. He did like a production that was friggin' incredible. And I'm a big like stage guy, obviously. I was going to be an actor. Didn't go that way, but that's what I was going to do. But which makes me think sometimes like, was that my talent? Did I like screw with my talent? But there's but anybody remember Rod? Do you remember the guy? Rod, you're Canadian. The guy from was it Brett? From One Night. I gotta look this up. I'm like sneaking. I'm totally not looking it up. I'm finding it out.
I'm not cheating.
Yeah, I'm totally not cheating. Here we go. That's why it's like Nico had before me. Alan King. Brent Carver. That's it. I knew it was Brent Carver. And Chappelle Jaffe. Yeah. It's like both of them had like kind of like won awards, and One Night Stand received a Genie Award nomination for Best Supporting Actress. So it was actually a pretty big Canadian film. I said two people Frank Carver, like without cheating, but the two people said Frank Carver.
Road Games is a great film.
Road Games is excellent.
Yeah.
Nightmare 83 plus Road Games. Road Games already got a good release, so that's the problem. Like Road Games like literally has a definitive release with Indicator. I know that's not like North American, but like it's also put out by Scream Factory. Like was an okay release, but the Indicator release is the release. Like you had I got the old umbrella release of Road Games, and I'm good with that. But I'm disappointed that I didn't get the Indicator release. So Jamie Blanks, we're there. He knew the director of the film. Of course, unfortunately, Richard Franklin's passed on now. And he said, like, when I was talking to him, he said, Umbrella release is good, which is what I got, like BHS got. But he said the indicator release is the definitive, the can't top it release for this film. And that's, he would know.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I was happy when I got Possession from 1981 from Umbrella. That was a fun one I got.
Beautiful film.
Yeah.
Like, I love Possession too. It's a challenging film. It's a great film. It's like definitely not for everybody. It's a really good film. And that's when I was like reviewing for Umbrella, because I reviewed for Umbrella for quite a while. And then they changed their contact guy, basically. One guy left the company, and they changed it. And he was like, "Did you hit these metrics and this and this and this?" And then all of a sudden, I wasn't reviewing for Umbrella anymore, which wasn't too bad because I was moving, but that was kind of the thing right there. But yeah, Umbrella, you missed out. You could have done in the international aspect of it. But yeah, Brent Carver, I wish he'd do more. But Possession rocked me. There's certain movies that rocked me. Possession rocked me. I remember when I saw... shit, what can I remember the name? Because it's 4:30 in the morning, that's why. The one that Monica Bellucci was in. And Vincent Gallo. Come on, guys.
Vincent
Irredeemable? The one done in reverse, like the time frame.
Oh, sheesh. I can't remember the name of that.
Irreversible. Oh my God. Oh,
Irreversible. Okay, yep.
Yeah. So the first time I saw that movie, I was like, Brent passed away. I had no idea. That's like really saddens me because I always wanted to meet Brent Carver. Like, he was one of those guys that was like if there's like such a thing as having like an idol, and it's not a big name, Brent Carver was that for me. Like, being a Canadian and wanted to act, I remember seeing him in One Night Stand and like studying his performance through like the lens of like acting, and seeing him on like a show called The Beachcombers. Not sure if you had that over in the US, but like the show called The Beachcombers, and he played a very kind of similar type role in The Beachcombers, a very kind of like insane, kind of dark, mysterious character.
Mm-hmm.
And he just was really good in those roles. But yeah, I always wanted to meet him, and so I'm really sad that he passed away. He was kind of like, there's a couple of people I wanted to meet when I was growing up, and it was Brent Carver and Donald Pleasance, and both of them unfortunately passed away before I got the chance to. I want to check something over there, but I can't because she's asleep and I don't want to wake her up.
Don't disturb the beast.
If I do, I'm in trouble, man. We don't want that again, because then you're doing the show on your own for another 15 minutes.
Right.
Oh man, I was so freaking out, man. I was like, the LOS on the modem was blinking red.
Yeah.
And I'm like, shit. So I'm like resetting it, doing the whole like, did you try turning it on and off again? And then I was like unplugging it and just like trying to get it working. My Twitter DMs. I'll check my Twitter DMs. Well, I still have Twitter.
Yeah, it's funny. Neko actually got banned for Twitter, but it's
permanently suspended.
But it's only because of posting pictures of weddings. Like, she doesn't do anything on Twitter, but that's how she got banned.
After my cousin's wedding, I get permanently.
I think she got hacked, though. I think somebody hacked and did something, but
I checked. There was nothing.
Thank you, Ryan. I can't say that on the screen, but thanks for the information. Well, you'll find it soon enough, though. Apparently, I'm supposed to do an interview with somebody that I forgot that I'd forgotten about, and because I hadn't checked my Twitter DMs in a while. So, someone. No, that's not too bad. It's not bad. Like, it was basically it's an interview that we're going to do, and then I think he had to do some other stuff. But it's like I collect a lot of soundtracks and stuff like that. So I worked on a couple of soundtracks. So I want to get him on, like, to talk about some music.
Okay, cool.
Because I'm a big soundtrack guy. I had a lot of stuff come from Howling Wolf Records, which, by the way, guys, they kind of rock. So definitely check them out. The last one I got, I think you worked on was Jack in the Box, the sequel to Jack in the Box, which I actually I got a kick out of. I hadn't seen the first one, and then I got the soundtrack, and then I went back and watched the first one, and then I watched the second one. I thought they're okay, the Jack in the Box films. I think Movie Timelines did something on them too. Did I pick up any Black Friday's Omnis? Oh, Razor, I can tell you right now. Yes, I did. From a book site that I go to. Some they're all Christmas presents, so and they're all going to be going to Canada. But I picked up Garth Ennis's Hellblazer, House of Secrets Volume 2, the Absolute Editions for Alan Moore's Sandman Volumes 1 and 2, and iZombie, the complete series for that one. Hey there, Zach.
I guess I'm a villain. I just downloaded a few tracks from a bunch of different soundtracks.
When I was one of those guys that, like, when the internet became a thing and everybody was downloading from Napster and stuff like that, I wouldn't do it. Yep, Alan Moore Swamp Thing. The only way to get it, aside from the trade paperbacks, is the Absolute, and I don't mind the recoloring. I actually kind of dig it. So and it's going to have some of the first appearance of Constantine in Absolute Edition, and of course Anatomy Lesson. But I couldn't, and even when it came to movies that I couldn't find, that I would that they just weren't out, I would download them. So one of the reasons my collection, I'm gonna be honest right here right now, one of the reasons my collection is gotten as big as it is I got like this guilt thing. So anything that I downloaded, like off of a site back in the day, that's available, about like if it was really bad, like maybe I said that I got rid of, like I didn't, but I didn't go run out and buy Phantom Killer, but you're still looking for ice, man, aren't you? Some Severin titles going out of print. Yeah, Dead Kids Thirst, and Plague Town. Yeah, and the slim edition Plague Town is only going to be $10, guys. So if you want to grab that, it's going to be a good one.
Well, what I thought was cool is when I got the original, because I have this Suspiria DVD. It's kind of like almost like a VHS box type thing.
Okay.
And it actually came with the Goblin soundtrack on it. And then also and I actually just kind of like went back through it the other day when we were talking about the movie a few podcasts back, but it had like small little, probably about like 10 stills from the movie that were in there, which was really cool. I just thought it was the most amazing thing. I'm like rediscovering something that I've had for like since like 20 something years.
it like, I don't have any Goblin in my collection, and I really need it. I want to get some, some CD. I want to get some vinyl of Goblin too, because I'm a vinyl person. I love vinyl. And you do, right? You're a vinyl guy too.
Yes. Yeah.
But our record player is broken. We need a new record player, and I so want like some nice vinyl. I want to get the John Carpenter vinyls. I want some Goblin vinyl. I want Tenebrae. I had had it on. I bought it on iTunes or something like that, about a digital copy of Tenebrae. And when I used to work at a bank, and I go in there like 6 o'clock in the morning and do like the processing, stuff like that. And I'd listen to the Tenebrae soundtrack on like kind of over and over again. I've seen some of the Tenebrae vinyl stuff. I would love to have some of it. So yeah, the secret titles will be at 12:01. So that's when they're going to be finding out that. Oh, the soundtrack to Tenebrae is amazing. But here's one thing not to do. So when I was a little bit younger, when my hair was less gray, silver, we'll call it, I was watching, I had one of those like BCI or Mill Creek, those sets where they have it had like a few movies on it, and it had Deep Red. and it was like kind of before we had a good copy of Deep Red. So I put it on like to watch Deep Red, and I went to sleep. I fell asleep because I was working all the day, earlier on that day. And unfortunately, what happened is like once the movie ended, like the music from like Deep Red, the soundtrack,
Mm-hmm.
played in a loop for the opening menu. I had the most fever freaking dream, weird ass, insane nightmares. So I'm like, I'm never putting an Argento movie on and going to sleep ever again if the music's gonna be playing and like in
Yeah,
the I have
Argento loves doing those movies and soundtracks and making it loud, and it's really effective. It really works.
it is. I mean, like his early stuff was Ennio Morricone, and they had a falling out, and it turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to Argento because he brought in like Goblin, Claudius Simonetti and Goblin, right? And the stuff that they got to do there, and it's like stuff that you don't expect from like a horror film. Like it's scored so differently, and it's so like it's rough and it's hard, and sometimes it's metallic and it's metal. It's really different, and it just gives like kind of a raw, visceral like feeling when you're watching it. Like puts you on edge. Like the movies, we got these like visual images that like Argento's done, and that's putting you on edge. Then you have these sounds that are not that you don't expect for a film, especially like a film that's in a weird way is as artsy as Argento's films can be, and it just like it gets under your skin in just the best possible way. And I think that's what made some of his early films just so good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those were I'm a huge fan of that stuff. So I'm very jealous of your Goblin soundtrack.
Well, I have like at the time when The Crow got released, I bought the CDs for the soundtracks. There was one for just like all the rock stuff that's on there, but the second one by Graham Revel was like the stuff in the background, and that's actually a really good soundtrack. Like just without all the rock stuff, that particular atmosphere and the ambience in that particular Graham Revel doing is pretty great too.
See, that sounds awesome. The only time I remember like doing something like that like early on was when like Batman came out in 1989, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And they put out like the Batman soundtrack, and then they put out the Prince, the Prince ones with Party Man and stuff.
Yeah.
I love that dance.
The Bat Dance.
Yeah, I'm a huge Prince like fan. I was like, everything Prince I had to have.
Yep.
Dreams feature smooth jazz when I accidentally fall asleep with Jess Franco. So, like that. Yeah, if I fall asleep with a Jess Franco flick, I'm probably going to have a different type of dream than I would for an Argento film. Because Jess Franco is just one of those guys. Maybe Bahia Blanca might like disturb me a bit.
Ryan's got good taste. Good job, Ryan. I agree.
You got both Crow's soundtracks,
Yeah.
but do you have Bat Dance though, Ryan? Like, did you get Bat Dance?
Do you have Bat Dance?
It's pretty badass. Like there's a really amazing guitar solo by Prince right in the middle of the song.
It's one that like I know it doesn't like totally fit, but I'm such a Prince fan that like I'm watching. I'm like, no, yes, this is perfectly right for a Batman.
I never got into that song, but like Purple Rain, I tell people it's still one of the best records ever. I still love that record so much.
That was Darling Nikki was one of those songs that I found because it's not one of the obviously, you know what I'm talking about. It's not going to play on like on radio. It's not going to
right.
But it's just such a well put together, well composed song. That is so good. I haven't read Sex Criminals, but I heard really great stuff about it. And for the guys that are Sex Criminals, is not as raunchy as you think it is, but it's actually a good graphic novel series. So that's a good series along the lines of like, I'm not sure what I'd put it with, but it's really good. There, you're making Ryan remember what's missing in his collection.
That's what I'm here for, brother.
See, I talk to geek movies, and he gets totally metal.
It's a great combination.
It is a good guy. And 90s band you're a big fan of did a cover of Darling Nikki. Oh, Whale. 1993's Hobo Humpins.
I actually had that single.
Do you really?
Yeah, for Hobo Humping, I got that single on CD.
I love that song. It's just one of those.
It's infectious, you know.
Yeah, and like there's certain songs like, and what's the word? I was pretty innocent when I was young. So I remember when Relax came out. Remember the song Relax in the 80s by Franco's Hollywood?
Yep.
And and I was like, oh, that's a great dance song. That's fantastic. Only in the last few years, and I kid you not, did somebody say, oh, do you know what Relax is really about? And I'm like, it's a good dance song, right? Like, listen to the lyrics of Relax. I said, sure. I used to like sing along to it. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize. So yeah, I was pretty naive, guys.
Oh well. Recently, Chris Jericho from his band Fozzy did a cover of that tune.
Did they?
Yeah.
Was it good?
It was all right. It was all right. Yeah, I didn't mind.
You know, Fozzy is one of those bands where you're like, they're okay.
Yeah, they're not bad.
They're not bad.
It's funny to me though because you know he's a wrestler and everything else. I'm like, you don't really expect it, but he's a big metal guy, so there's just nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no, my God, he's like huge into, especially the hair metal. He's like a big guy into the hair metal. And of course, in AEW, like the companies in, they play his Judas, right? It's the sign that they sing. Like my better half knows because she knows all the words to it because she watches all this stuff.
Right.
But like, because there was like a show on, and they were doing like wrestling theme songs, and like they would play like a little bit of it, and every time she would know right away. Fozzy's Canadian. Well, yeah. So Ryan, Jericho's Canadian. Well, he was born in the U.S., but he lived most of his life in Canada. So he's like, you know, in Winnipeg, I think Winnipeg, right? So yeah, he's Canadian. Yeah, he's unique. I like him. I like Jericho's one of the guys that can reinvent himself. Were you much of a wrestling guy, by the way?
Yes and no. I mean, I don't really keep up with it, and I'm more of the old school. So like, you know, the late 90s for WWE, and of course the other one that went under with Hollywood, Hogan and all them.
WCW.
Yeah. WCW, yes. And so yeah, I that was like the big time period for me for the. So I've watched a little bit over the last 10 years, but not enough to really keep up with who's all in there and whatnot. I just know some names here and there.
She's kicking me in my throat. Uh-oh, getting bit and kissed. And kicked in the throat.
Hi, little kitty cat. What are you doing? You stretching?
But yeah, we're just a few minutes in before we go over to the other channel. What was I going to say? There's something I was going to actually mention.
Wrestling?
Yeah. Oh, so if you look at the name of my channel, called a Cinema, that has a wrestling reference actually, because that wasn't random. Called a Cinema is like for anybody that that knows what this means.
Degeneration X.
No.
No?
Later. Just imagine it with the taped hands. That is from Cult of Personality. Is where Cult of Cinema came from, which is CM Punk.
So is he taking the Living Color song?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a song, Living Color song called Personality.
Gotcha.
And I was a big CM Punk guy. I'm not sure what that says about my ego, but I wanted to be the CM Punk of talking movies. Am I more inclined to buy? Oh, this is actually a good one to go out on. Actually, before we go over to the other channel, are you more inclined to buy future April Fool's Day joke listings now after the lenticular cover? Yes, actually, for me. What about you?
What, me?
So yeah, because Vinegar Syndrome did the pay $6, you get this like invisible cover type thing, and it turned out to be the lenticular cover for Invisible Maniac. So I'm not sure if you picked that up or not. You got that when it was out there. Would you like, now knowing that they actually kind of came through with a kind of lenticular slipcover for $6? Is that something that you'd like, now that you know that they actually follow through on something like that, that in the future, if you might like kind of go blind buy on?
Maybe. I guess it really depends. Like, if you're able to stay within a particular genre, and like, if it's like you want to surprise the sorts, I think it's not a bad idea.
Because I think let everybody, because we kind of guessed Invisible Maniac was coming out because we heard that it was. So when they said like $6 for something invisible, like an invisible cover, most people just thought it was a translucent cover.
Right.
But it turned out to be like this lenticular cover, and I think everybody's going to be that picked it up. It's going to be super limited, and it was only cost them $6 like to get it. So, which I think is a great price for something like that.
Yeah, I think the risk outweighs the reward outweighs the risk. So
It's $6. I mean, if it's something you're interested in.
Are we hitting on like? Is it like a half hour away right now?
it is.
Oh,
It
you have to
is
switch.
11:30.
Oh my God! You know what that means, right?
You know what it means.
If this was like
The party bus has to move, folks.
or hitting over to the other channel. If you've not been a member of the Crimson Cult, it's my Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can become. That's less than you pay for a Starbucks
And
coffee.
it's worth it, folks. Do it.
It's totally worth it.
Do it now.
So I want to thank you. We're going on over to the Crimson Cult. The party is going to continue, and I just sent you the link. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. If you're, for those there that, the call to personality is going over.
Cult of personality.
I love that song.
Don't I have his Franco?
I actually bought
Great
it.
song, great video.
I have his Franco shirt.
But thank you, guys. Thank you, DJ. And make sure you are checking out his channel. He dropped some like serious knowledge. He has his better half who came on for a little time during this video and just put out the patch thing, which I think is an awesome idea. And we'll see you over there in a few seconds.